3, testing. Okay. What do we got here? Okay. So got a pretty big update. We've got actually, yeah, we're just chopping around. I wouldn't buy this thing. Um, so I mean, let's see, get some coffee. We got go live. We've been live for 30 seconds. Okay. Yeah, pretty big update. 1.1.6. Download it. There is some changes that have been made. Okay. Changes have been made. We've got right now what we have is we have bubble mode. We have aggregated or we have one order. So before it was just one order and it was large volume of 30. Now it's you can choose whether you want one order or you want aggregated. Okay, aggregated is going to do the volume kind of like a live pulse does with 100 millisecond of volume, and the large volume has to be more than 30 for it to show up as a bubble. And what I've added was, well, you have 51 right there, and then you have 29. So 29 of those orders was one execution. Okay. So that's what we have right here. The 29 out of the 51 was one execution. Uh, that's what we have. Now it's 9:17. So what I think I'm gonna have to do is possibly let's put this to 50 just in the beginning here. Okay, let's put this to 50. We'll see how that works. Right now, I'm on a 500 tick chart. I want to see how this works on a tick chart. Also, I've got it set to what do I have the settings to? I've got it set to 75 aggregated for a 5 minute. Hopefully, that'll be good enough. Hopefully, that'll be good enough. Oh boy. Alrighty. Oh, also, I got some hotkeys done for the DOM. I need to update that. That's not on there yet. No working orders. Okay. Flat, already flat, no working orders. Okay. Uh, I'm gonna be working on this week. I'm gonna be working on an order entry window, kind of like just a small window where you can have the market buy, sell, limit, bid, ask, the break even, all the stuff that you have for the DOM, like buy market, sell market, limit bid, limit ask, break even, cancel, flat, and then also a hotkeys section. Might even be able to get that done tonight. Might even be able to get that done tonight. That'll be nice to have that. Also, I want to update the DOM that prints the large bubbles and stuff. I want to be able to update that to do it aggregated as well, whether you can choose aggregated or one single order. Yeah, there's some pretty large volume. Uh, I'm seeing some pretty large volume early morning. I don't know what's going to happen. Let's take a look at the profile. If we look at the profile is kind of shaping up a little bit. If we look at NQM6, we're going to look at both. And then let's look at historically, let's look at 5 minutes and we'll aggregate it to 64 and just click apply. So the uh, Yeah, I thought for sure we would sell off yesterday, but we didn't. Right now, overnight we have not broken yesterday's overnight is up here. This right here is the point of control. Uh, we really haven't traded above that, to be quite honest. So I'm thinking if we trade below here, we might get a run down because you got very low volume up in here. You got very low volume. You got very low volume. Hmm. Uh, we got 8 minutes. I am going to change this. I have this set. I have it set to 50. Okay. Maybe 50 will be good. I don't know. It might be a little too much, but we'll see. Maybe I should set the 5 to 100 or 75 could be fine. We'll have to figure that out as we go. The heat map, what do I have those settings for? Resting orders of 20. The resting orders of 20 might be all right. Resting orders of 20. 20 might be okay. Wonder how, yeah, it's picking up pretty good. Okay. Yes. Look at the 5 minute. We're just kind of really just basing around here on the 5 minute. We did run up, and then we're just kind of forming this flag right here. We got a lot of wicks up here on the 500 tick chart right here. You got a lot of wicks on the 500 tick chart. Got about 6 minutes to the open. Yeah, I'm thinking the order entry window would be best. 'Cause right now, I just got the DOM up because I got the hotkeys there. I really enjoy trading off of hotkeys. I'm able to keep my hands on the keyboard and actually focus instead of having to look to see where I got to click a stinking button. I need to get that all updated on the site too. I need to have a page that explains all the features and how to use it. About 30 sitting on the bid for support right there. 4 minutes to the open. If you look at the 5 minute moving average definitely sloping upwards. This market is definitely raging upwards. I thought for sure we'd sell off more, but I guess we didn't. Look at that, boy. We got some movement right there. We got 109 orders. 5 of it was one. We got 64. So yeah, we are definitely raging upwards. Like I said, we are raging upwards, folks. This is a little nuts. We are right here up at the highs. Look at that crap. See, you can use these these bubbles right here. If you're trying to look for it, you can use them as support. What's up, Kelsey? You gonna park your scooter? Okay, no problem. Good job. You need any help? Hey, yeah, yep, right there, perfect. Yep, right there. 5, girl. Yeah, thank you. Okay, up. We got a 51 short. We got 51 trying to short. They got caught on the wrong side. We got 51 caught on the wrong side. We got 51 caught on the wrong side. Boy, this market just friggin' pumping, man. This market just pumping. What breaking? The PC price index, that was 830. I don't know what the heck is going on. We got some more people trying to sell up in here. We got the market open. Uh, we really got to wait until this thing settles down, to be quite honest, folks. As always, kind of froze up because we don't know what the heck we're doing. It just kind of froze up on us. This is crazy. Uh, Man, seems like every morning it does this. froze yesterday and it froze today, right on the open. Froze today and froze on the open. This is just total BS there, Bullnox. Effing Bullnox. Oh man, come on. This is complete trash. Y- You know, I don't know what to say. I mean, this happened yesterday. Oh man, I'm so tired of this. Come on, you got to be shitting me. Oh my god. Okay, maybe system froze up. I need a better. I don't think running parallels, Windows and parallels. I don't know if this is really going to work. This is not good. This ain't good. All right, let me. I gotta do something. I gotta blank out the screen. I gotta reboot. I don't know if Parallels is going to be able to do this. Um, wow. This same thing happened yesterday morning. It just stinking froze right on the open. Same stinking thing happened. Same thing happened. I'll bring the screen back. I just need to get this in order. I really need a beefier system than Parallels, to be quite honest, to be doing this. Um, I really need, I'll get it back up. There's an update. Want to update it? 1.1.6. This just puts my mood in complete trash again. This just puts my mood in complete shit again. You want to hurry up, Ninja Trader? Yeah. Well, normally I sit on my hands for first 5 or 10 minutes. I'll bring back the screen once we can get this shit in order again. Um, M6. Well, all right. I'm doing tick bars. Let me bring this stupid screen back. Um, this is just complete shit this morning again. I don't know what happened. The system froze up again. Um, no, I don't want you stinking. Come on, man. System froze up again. I don't know, and it did it right in the open. I don't know if Parallels is going to be able to do this. I'm only giving it like 15 gigs of RAM. That's the problem. Let's do RTH. I don't want this. This is uh, I'm not going to do level 2 data. I'm going to look at the DOM. We got to buy couple stacked and balance. All right, all right. Just focus. All right, we need a 5 minute. Boy, this is really good to start the morning off with, ain't it? This is just really stinking good, ain't it? 75. There's a there's an update how I print the bubbles. I'll have to explain it once I can get everything back in order again. All right. I really need to get the execution window done. I got hotkeys set up last night. Um, I got hotkeys set up. As you can see right here, hotkeys they're set up. Um, I need to update that. I'm still testing it though. I'm still testing it. Yeah, I think we're good to go. Boom, boom, boom. We got some big wicks on the 5 minute. I'd sit on your hands for the first 10 minutes, to be quite honest. Um, I really don't think my system's strong enough with parallels to be running this, so I am going to have to do something because I don't think my system is going to be good enough for this. I mean, parallels, I'm only giving it like, was it 8 cores and 15 gigs of RAM? Yeah. We want RTH and we want to tick merge this to 4. Okay. Okay. I don't know why it froze right on the open. I don't know if it's the system, if it's Bullnox. I just don't know. That's the problem. We're looking at a 500 tick chart right here. Let me put the moving average up there. We're looking at a 500 tick chart. Uh, okay, these bubbles right here, the bubbles right here. Do, do, do. Let me explain the settings. Okay, so when you go to settings, when you update version 1.1.6, okay, when you update the version .6, I'm on .6, you're going to see you're going to see something different called bubble mode. When you click on that, it's going to be one order or aggregated. Okay, one order. All right, man, I really can't. All right, just sit on your hands. Just sit on your hands. Uh, you'll see aggregated or one order. If you choose one order, it's going to be like the old bubbles. It's just going to show you large orders of large volume of like 50. So if you have it set to 30 and you do one order, that's going to be any one order that has 50 or more contracts. Okay. And it'll show the bubble. If you do aggregated like I have now, it's going to show the large volume. It has to be 50 or more within 100 milliseconds, okay? So it has to be 50 or more within 100 milliseconds to be able to show a bubble, okay? Now, the bubbles you'll see, like right here is 67, and there's a number 10 on top of that 67. What that means is out of that 67 volume within 100 milliseconds, there was one order of 10. So if you see like 100 on the bubble here, and then you see like 75 up top, that means one order was 75 contracts of that 100. So that's what that is. Um, I kind of wanted to put that in there because you can look at kind of like a heat map. If you want to, you can look at a heat map. And when you have like level 2 enabled, you can bring up a heat map and you can kind of look at that. I'm kind of looking at it on the DOM right here. Again, today, I'm looking at it on the DOM right here. Okay. I'm looking at it on the DOM right here. And I'm trading micros because, this market's just whacked out of its mind, but I'm stacking them. Really, I need to switch that to 2, okay? Uh, so I might get in, like, 4 to 6 contracts, like 2, 4, 6 contracts, and then I'm just scaling in and scaling out. Now, I've got, you don't have this version yet of the DOM. I need to throw it out there. When I click hotkeys are enabled. So when I hit Shift F, I'm already flat. Shift C, no working orders. So I have some I've got hotkeys set up. So and I'm going to have this set up on another window. So you don't have to use the DOM. If you don't want to use the DOM, that's fine. You can just set it up on another window. And it'll be like an order entry window. It have all those buttons you just saw. But then it's going to have like HK for hotkey. And then that way you'll be able to do hotkeys. Now in the future, I'm going to have it set up so where you actually can change the hotkeys up. But that's going to be later. Um, but the hotkeys are working. And I'm going to get a little small order entry window, kind of like this. If you look like basic entry right here, if you look at basic entry, okay, if you look at basic entry, I'm going to have a window like this with all of the market buy, market sell, limit bid, limit ask, break even, cancel, flat, and then it's going to have HK button uh, where you can enable the hotkeys. It's going to choose, you can choose your account. It's going to have the total quantity you're in, your P&L, things like that. I'll be able to get that done this week, so you'll have it tomorrow. Uh, my current bit rate is slow again. What the heck is going on here? Where are we at? I don't know. Is this thing? Is this thing doing it again? I don't even know what you're. See, now that this got froze up, I'm just wondering if I'm even accurate on this. I really need to get CME back in order. CME connection. I really need to get CME back in order. Um, I don't even know. All right, we're up here at the top. We had 106 selling 75. So if we lose this area, possibly could come back down to here. You got those buyers right there. Yeah. Recommend. I don't even know what's on. Whatever. Man, this thing is just. We got 84 cell contracts, 12 at single order. Man, this stuff is just not able to keep up. Quite honest. It's just not able to keep up. I don't know if it's rhythmic. Actually, one good thing I do have. One good thing is I got approved with Rhythmic, so I can start doing their own data connections right there, which would be fantastic. Um, oh, I need. Okay, I took this short off at 73 right there. I took that short off the 73 right there. 120 sitting. All right. I have 126 sitting on the 123 sitting on the bid at 060. But I took this short right here, and then I just saw at 060 there was pretty large, about 100 sitting on the bid at 060. So I just took it off for about 5 points. I just scalped it out. I'm not going to mess with it. It's like 949, so I'm just not really going to mess with that, to be quite honest. Uh, So you got 106 orders right here, 106 sell orders, 84 sell orders. 12 of it was single order, 14 of it was single order. Um, so I got the aggregation. What is my, yeah, uh, what is my internet speed? I don't know why. It's telling me my bit rate, my upload is down. I need better internet. That's what I need. My download speed is fantastic. It's just the upload speed. They capped me at this, which is just horrendous, to be quite honest. Wow, it's really bad. It's really bad. I don't even know if I'm gonna be able to stream. This is just horrible, man. I might just have to do, yeah, if this keeps up, I'm just gonna have to not stream. I can't because my internet upload just sucks so bad. My internet upload sucks so bad I can't even, whatever. Just focus on trading. Just focus on trading. Oh, wow. I have a delta surge of 128. We got delta 5 minute of negative 750. That is huge. right down here at the lows. Got 136, 140 sitting on the bid at, 0 quarter. So if I was paying attention, I took that short, but then I missed this short right here. And you would wanna cover that. As soon as you see that doji and you start traveling back up, you gotta cut it. That would have been a 20-point move right there. You got about 52 lots in 100 milliseconds. So they're definitely there. They're definitely stacking in there. Okay. Uh, you got the 5 minute that is just getting crushed. Okay. You got the 5 minute that's getting crushed. We're right here at the lows. Earlier you had a large buyer right there. You had a large buyer right there. Man, this is just horrible, man. Why my upload is 6 megabytes per second. I have no idea what the heck is going on. My down my download is really good. My download's like 400. So my download's like 400 megabits per second, but my upload's like 6. I don't know what the heck they're doing. I don't know what the heck they're doing. Yeah, my upload is complete trash. I don't even know if I'm gonna be able to stream because this ain't the first time it's done it. What am I connected? Am I connected? Yes, I am connected to mine. I don't know. Okay, now my upload is 40 megabits per second. I have no idea what is going on. I'm with Xfinity, and they're just horrible. But that's all the option I have. That's the only option I got. That's the only option I got is them little turds. All right, we got some buyers up in here. We had some pretty large selling right here at the lows. We're breaking that 124. We're starting to break that 124. See on the 5 minute now they're starting to move it right back up in there. So we got a buy and bounce on there, but I just don't know about that. That ain't too good, to be quite honest. We got sell right there. We got 78 sell. Got 193 Delta on there. Let it work out. Come on. You got me. Okay. 293 sell. Got 293 sell, 34 of it was one single order. If they get caught on the wrong side, that's going to be not good for them. We got 102 orders that just slammed into the market. I'd really sit on my hands. This is just they're. I'd really just sit on my hands. To be quite honest. I just sit on my hands today, folks. I would seriously sit on my hands. This is. I don't know. They're propping it up. Uh, Here, let's switch over to. I mean, this tick chart is fine. Let's switch over to a 1 minute. Um, oh, wait a minute. I need to redo the settings for this 1 minute. So there's some new settings here. We got the bubble mode. You got one order. You got aggregated order. I'm going to do aggregated order of 50 or more. So that's aggregated order 50 or more. Okay. That's an aggregated order of 50 or more. I'm thinking this 5 minute. Uh, I have it aggregated using 75. I might actually switch that to 100. Uh, might switch that to 100. I switched over to a 1 minute. I just wanted to test this out on an aggregated chart. I mean, I just wanted to check to test the aggregated on a tick chart. I did it last night on a range chart. It looked really nice. On a tick chart, it looks pretty good. We got 56 orders coming in there. Let's look at the heat map here. You got some about 200 buy orders coming in there. You got uh, came in right on top of each other at 200 right there. You got some support down in this area right up in here. We got about 67 sitting on the bid there. Um, do, do, do. Let me get some more coffee. Yeah, I made an update. All right, I made an update. So you can do single order. You can do single order, or you can do aggregated. Whatever you want to do, that's up to you. I'm just wondering, maybe I should just close that out. Yeah, let's just close that out. I'll be glad when this stuff is over a little bit. The market is, if you're a new trader and you're finding it hard to trade, it really is. It really is hard to trade. What are we doing? We're on overnight. What the heck am I doing? I'm sorry about that. Boy, I really am not paying attention, am I? Got about 40 sitting on the bed down in here. Um, yeah, the settings. What do I have? The resting orders. Resting orders. Let's do 30. Okay, let's just do 30. Um, I don't like seeing a whole lot. I just don't like seeing a whole lot of heat map because to me, I really don't care about low orders. You got about 60 sitting on the bid right down in here. You got about 60 of them sitting on the bid right there. Okay, you got about 50 of them on the offer right there. Okay, nothing in between basically. You got 114 that just came in right there. You got 114. You got 120 sitting right there. That's pretty good support. Now it's only 50. Um, I've got the aggregated settings set to a large volume of 50, so you're only going to see bubbles of 50 for the volume, and it has to be within 100 milliseconds. Also, right here, you'll see that that says 280 volume. 56 of it was one order. 56 contracts in one order. 56 contracts in one order. Now you got about 60, 21 in one order. You got about 60 sell, 20 of it one order. We're right at the point of control. Here, let me put the moving average on there. We're right there at the point of control. Uh, we're right there at the point of control. Oh, we got to sell. That 60 sell could be caught on the wrong side. If we close above that, they could get caught on the wrong side. Actually, we start breaking. Yep, looks like they're going to get caught. These cells down here, these cells right here are going to get caught and they're going to get squeezed. We got 61. We got 61 contracts coming in. We got 175 sell. We got some big selling. That right there would have told you to flatten that trade right there, right there, right there, right there, right there. We had some buying coming in, but that sell right there, that would have made me get out, to be quite honest. This market is crazy. I'm telling you, it is really hard to trade with chaos going on. Managing director via central banks should hike interest rates if inflation expectations threaten to de-anchor and ignite inflation spiral. That was at 10:05. Then at 10 o'clock, I'm managing director. Yeah, 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 yeah. Okay, okay. Um, 12:30 consumer spending month over month. 10 o'clock IMF speaks. Yeah, they got somebody talking. Uh, I guess my bit rate came back up again. I guess my upload speed is not complete trash right now. You know, I'm looking to move hopefully this year. Maybe we can get some better. We got big wick on the 5 minute. You got to take a look at this on the 5 minute too. On the 5 minute, look at this. Yeah, 124 buying, 80 buying, 102, 200, 90, 78, 175. You got buyers down in that area that are interested, but this is really hard to trade. We're kind of like in a flat area We're bouncing off the moving average on the 1 minute. It's still sloping upwards, but yeah. All right, 35 upload speed. That's not too bad, I guess. I guess I can deal with that. I don't know what happened. It was my internet that froze up today. I have no idea. It was just complete trash. I don't know. Uh, happened yesterday morning too. So I got an update. 116 is the update. Uh, you just update it and you'll get these aggregated bubbles. Just go to your settings right here. Just go to settings. You can do one order or you can do aggregated for large volume. Okay. We got about 50 sitting on the bid down in here. Recenter this thing. It auto recenters, but I like to recenter it myself. You know, we're right here in this area right here. Okay. We're just kind of in the middle. So I don't know what they're going to do. We got 60 sell contracts that come in, but look at the 5 minute. You got those buyers that were interested, like 200, 124. So you got to be careful. Just like I said, you got to be careful because you got 122 they just kicked down. So yeah, man, this is just hard to trade. And look at the moving average. It's kind of up, flat line, starting to roll over. It's just, this is not an area you really want to be trading. I mean, really, you really don't want to be trading it. It's just look at the 5 minute. Look at the 5 minute. You got a wick on this candle. You got a wick here. You got a wick here. That's telling you you're going to get chopped all to hell. You just need to sit on your hands and wait. I know everybody wants to click buttons and make money and pass evals, but you just gotta wait. Gotta wait for the decent setups. I could possibly switch this to 100 aggregated volume. On the 5 minute, I could probably switch that to 100. Uh, I don't know. It doesn't seem like it's too bad. I kind of got the opacity of the bubble so I can kind of see the candles. If all these buyers, if we break this area right here, if we start breaking this area right here, and start breaking the lows, all those buyers are going to be taking some heat, man. Well, they're trying to buy right there at 56, but they're going to be taking heat. All these buyers right here up in this area are going to be taking some heat if we get too far down. Um, if you want to short the lows, you really got to have some good volume really kicking in. They're propping it right back up in there. Yeah, they're just propping this right back up in there. They're just propping it back up in there. We have a delta. We had a delta surge of 177. I mean, the moving average sloping downwards. The 5 minute sloping downwards. I mean, that's telling you it's bearish. Um, you got 36 sitting on the bid right there. You got uh, 36 sitting right there. You had 97. 97 buyers there. You had 56 there. They just dropping it right back up in here into this balanced area right here. They just keep balancing it out. As you can see, all that volume right there. Oh, you got 75 single order contract right there. You had 146 sell that person. Then you got 67. 75 of it was one single order. 75 of it was one single order. Got that 175 that's going to get caught right here. It, yeah, I mean this is really a hard market to trade. It really is. With the environment that we're in, this is not conducive to really good trading, to be quite honest. The large volume profile, we have a seller there, seller there. The largest contract, one order contract, was a buy right here. Was a buy right there where that yellow is. That right there, that was the largest buy order. That was the largest order of the day, and that was a buy. That was a single order contract. Man, they are just right in the middle of chop, man. You cannot trade this, guys. I'm telling you, this area right here is just a nice balanced area. We ran down the markets trying to find value to the downside, and we're just in a balanced auction area. It's a pretty significant one of about 30 points, but it's we don't know where it's going to break or when it's going to break. You got them sitting on the bid down here. You see this on the heat map? You got them sitting on the bid down there. Got about 50 of them sitting there. You got about 2637 of them. Then you got 82 sitting down here at around 975. All right, we got some fill orders right there. 123. There looks like they could get absorbed. Looks like they could get absorbed. But if you actually break the area right there, you break this area right here, that's not absorption. If they hold this, if the buyers can hold this, these sellers right here, you got 64, 75, 123 sellers. If we close right here and then break the high right there, you could possibly try to get yourself along. But you gotta wait. You have to wait. You gotta wait. See, they're not. Yeah. See. All right. All right. So we closed down in this area right here. We closed down this area right here, but we got to get up here. This ain't good. It looks like they're trying to push it down into this area right here. Looks like they're trying to push it down. Okay. Looks like they're trying to push it down into this area. I mean, if you got in on that trade and you got yourself, I mean, 5 points is not much, but at least it's something, I guess. You got to look at the 5 minute. We're definitely bearish. You just had to wait for the right opportunity. If we would have closed up in this area up here, then yeah, that's a absorption on these sellers right here, but that didn't happen. We got some support down here. See the big histogram right there? You got some support right there. It looks like we put in a hammer. So if you're in that trade, you might want to rethink the situation. Um, this is why so many times in an environment like this, I'll get in here. And once we come down into this area, I'll just go ahead and move to a break even just to try and uh, get a runner trying to run down, maybe sell half and try to get a runner to run down. We're definitely bearish. We got the 5 minute rolling over. You got the 1 minute sloping down, 5 minutes sloping down. You got all these buyers right here. Okay, these buyers, the green bubbles, the buyers, they're taking heat right now. They're taking heat. They're taking about 25 points of heat. So we got 72 contracts coming in here. 72. Three of it was one single order. They're probably doing some order slicing. You don't have retailers doing this. Um, that kind of size within 100 milliseconds. We got 51 contracts come in there. Five of it is single order. That 51 just tells you that I don't know. What do you guys want? Do you want because right here in the settings, you can do aggregated or one order. Of course, one order is just going to print you one order, but aggregated, I have it printing the aggregated volume and the single order, the largest single order contract. Okay, like right now, that's 24 single order contract, but 73 contracts. One order was 24 contracts. Do you want to see that? Do you not want to see that? Do you just want to see the aggregated volume? I don't know. Both? I have no idea. Yeah, aggregate is better. Aggregate is better. Uh, the way I traded with single order contracts is just kind of you only get a few good trades a day, but I'm willing to sit there. I mean, shoot, I could sit for 2 hours and wait for a trade. Uh, all right, we got right down in this area. What to do? Where's my drawing tool? Where's my drawing? There we go. Right here. We got some. You got 112 sitting on the bid right there. You got 112 sitting on the bid. You got 54 of it that got filled. We got 92 contracts that kicked in. If you got in on that run up there, that's about 6 points. The option to change switch to also great. Yeah. All right. You can probably get in up in this area. You got resistance right there, but that you're counter trend trading, and this is really hard because moving average sloping downwards, moving on the 1 and 5 minute is sloping downwards. I mean, this is very you're counter trend trading, and it's very difficult to do that. That's why um, that's why I like trading off of hotkeys because right now I'd be selling half and moving to a break even. But that's just me. That's how I trade. We still have the live pulse right here. The live pulse, we still have that. Uh, if you set this setting right here, if you do this setting right here, uh, if you do aggregated and you set this to like 10, especially now, you're not even going to be able to see the candles. All you're going to see is stinking bubbles. So you kind of want to set this up large volume to at least like 50 or 75. And this is aggregated volume within uh, like 100 milliseconds. Okay. And I wanted to get this up. I've been working on it. I wanted to get it up. I got it up here. Um, so, and I think people are going to like this better because most people are used to this style right here, I guess. We got 70 contracts, but 56 of it was one single order. That is a market maker, institution, bank. You don't have retailers slinging around 56 single order contracts. Okay, that was the largest single order, and it was 56. You got 106 buy right there, with 42 of it single order. I mean, that right, this area, this right here, with the 106 buy, 42 of it was one single order. That right there is bank institution, market maker. You don't have a retailer slinging around 40 some single orders. So this area right here was pretty good support. Of course, you had that rundown, then you had that. We got a delta surge of 122 with 81 buy contracts. We got the delta surge is right up here. 120, 190 delta. You got 121 delta surge right here. Delta surge was right here. You got 87 buy contracts, 81. 37 of it right there was one single order. So you got to think the 5 minute is still sloping down. The 1 minute is flatlining. If you get a break of this right here, you want to put your stop down here because if you lose them, your next support's down here. Okay, if you want to take that much heat, that's fine. It's like 25 points. Uh, I like using the backs of large buyers or sellers. Okay, large buyers or sellers like these right here. Those large sellers, you can use the back of them. Okay, and start covering down up in this area. I like using the backs of large because you have 87 and 81 contracts. Okay, you got 172 sell contracts, 38 of it is a single order. That's a little concerning right there. That's that is a little concerning, as you can tell. But this is what the market likes to do. It likes to find value and then kind of balance around in an area. So if we come back down to this area, you could get a move back up. You're going to use this as support right here. Right here, when you come down here, you want to see large buy-in and then moving up, or a large seller that's not able to move it down and they're getting absorbed, and then you can move back up into that area. But you got to look at the 5 minute over here to the right. The 5 minute is still sloping downwards. Okay, the 5 minute is still sloping downwards. Uh, do, 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 M6. Oh, yeah. I set that up there, NQM6. Now I don't have to do the shift because it's all capital letters. We're just going to do RTH and we're going to do history. Let's do 30. We'll do 5 minute and then we'll do 64. Okay, so I'm doing NQM6, real time trading hours, New York session history, 30 days, 5 minutes, 64 on the profile. Okay, so on the profile, if I bring in my drawing tool, we got the high right here. Okay, the high's right here. The overnight high was 25,065. The overnight low, it looks like it was not 24,953. If we lose this area, we got a big, huge gap to fill. Okay, We got a big, huge gap to fill if we lose that area. You got some selling down there. The next support is right down in here for the bids. You got these buyers right here. They're going to be taking some heat. If you can get down into that support, that's about a 25-point move. If you can get down there, let's take a look at a footprint chart. See how this looks on a footprint chart. See on a footprint chart, you can look at that too. You got 144 sitting on the bid right there. 144 sitting on the bid right there. It's a footprint chart. Footprint charts are pretty nice. Footprint charts are really nice, folks. Got 97 right there, 97 sell. I wouldn't be trying to go long because you got these sellers right there. You got them sellers right there. You're looking to get down in here. There's 150 some bids sitting down there, about 144, about 140 bids sitting down there. Okay, you got about 144 bids sitting down there. I need to redo that. Yeah, so I did an update. You got about 95 buy contracts right there. 95 buy contracts. About 8 of it was a single order. Do. You can. How's this look? Solid candles fine. Volume. That's what it looks like on the volume. You got your little volume bars right there, and then you got your single, and then you got your bubbles for your aggregated volume. How's this look on a delta? Kind of like on the volume, except for it's a delta. Except for the bars are delta. Okay, the bars are delta. You got some bars are delta. You got some support right down here. You got about 140 sitting on the bid, roughly about in that area right there. Uh, this is what it looks like on a solid. If you like solid, this is what it looks like on a footprint chart. I traded off a footprint chart quite a few years. I kind of like footprinters. The little footprinters are nice. You got 138 looks like about 140 sitting on the bid right up in here, about 140 right there. Okay. You got to keep an eye. You might be a spoofer. You get a spoof alert. Uh, so what I'm going to be working on next is an order execution window. I'm going to be working on an order execution window. We got some movement up in here. We got some movement. 100 delta, 102 positive delta. We got a surge. Is this some stinking news? What's going on? What's going on? We got a delta surge on this one of 126. You got these sellers right here. Whoops. You got these sellers right here that could be taking some heat. If we get up in this area, you might get a little squeeze up here. Of course, you got these up in here that were up there earlier. You still got that 140 sitting on the bid down in there. I'm not going to tell you exact numbers. It says 138, but it moves so stinking fast. I would just say 100, 125, 150, 150. Ain't it's just a roundabout number. It's just a roundabout number, man. It's just a roundabout number. You got 66 sell contracts. I don't see any large single order contracts. Okay, large single order like that 38 right there. That 38 that was a single order contract. This 37 right there, that was a single order. This 42 was a single order out of 106 contracts traded within 100 milliseconds. 42 of it was the largest single order. Uh, I might put another option up here if people want to see the single orders. I kind of like seeing the single orders because that gives me an inclination of is this bank is this a bank institution market maker that's slinging around? What kind of size are they slinging? But I might put another option in here under right here. I can put another option in here. It'll be one order, aggregated, both. Okay, when it says one order, only one order. The text inside the bubble is just gonna be one order. The aggregated will just be one text, and both will be the aggregated and the largest single contract within that 100 millisecond within that trade area. So there we go. I can do that. We got about 150 sitting on the bid right there. You got about 150 sitting on the bid right there. If we break this area right here, we could possibly go down there and test them. But you gotta look at the delta. You gotta look at the delta right here. You gotta look at this delta right here. Boom, 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 boom. You gotta look at that delta. You got negative 50. You got positive 99, 30, 102, 59, 31. You got more buying pressure right up in this area than you do selling from what I'm reading on the delta. You got about 40 sitting on the bid right there. You got about 50. You got 50 sell contract that got filled. 50 sells. You got about 50 selling. If you start looking at this, you got 13, 22, 14, 28, 12, 21. That means the buyers are taking control. See what I mean? All because of the footprint right there. You don't see that type of information on just a single candle. You just don't see that information on a single candle. All right, you got because right up in this area, this is a no trade zone. Okay, this is a no trade zone, and the reason it's a no trade zone is because you're thinking in a balanced area for the past 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 number, roughly about 8 minutes. You're in the you're just in a stinking balanced area. You gotta wait. You gotta sit here and wait. You gotta sit here and wait and see what they do in this area. You got 47 right here. You got 82 right there. You got roughly about 100 sitting up in this area. I mean, you got a whole lot of bids sitting up there. As you can see with that big old heat map right here. Big old heat mapper. Yeah, big old heat mapper right there. Uh, I kind of I kind of wish I did this aggregated a little bit earlier. Um, there's just so much stinking stuff I got to do. I think I bit off more than I can chew. I mean, look at this. I mean, I got a stinking order flow pulse. I got a DOM. I got DOM working. I got to wrap that up. Uh, I got a profile. Profile. I got the pulse going. I mean, and there's a lot of work to do for all three of them. I got a lot of work to do. I got a lot of work to do. And plus, I got to trade my daggone self. Uh, but if I can get some pretty decent support for this project, I won't have to trade as much and I can just focus on coding like I've been doing for the past 15 years as a senior software engineer. I worked for Booz Allen Hamilton. They were a government contractor. So I was a code monkey for the government. Oh, also I got approved for Rhythmic. We got 62 cell right there. Only 40 of it was a single order. Largest order was 4. Um, Rhythmic sent me an email. It took them a look. We got 82 they just kicked in. You see on that 5 minute, the 5 minute I only have set to 75 aggregated volume on the 5 minute. I really don't want to see a whole bunch of stuff. I only want to see 75, and I actually might even just bump that up to 100 for the 5 minute tomorrow. I have no idea. What I would like to do is, and I'm not gonna be able to do this on Order Flow Pulse, um, but I'm gonna have to have my own data, which I can store on the server and kind of churn through the numbers. But kind of like an ATR, you have an average true range for a 1 minute. What I would like to do is have kind of like an average true range of the bubbles for like the past 5 days. I can't do this on Ninja Trader. I have to use Rust uh, on the server to be able to code that, and I have to connect to a different system. Uh, I'll probably connect right to the CME group right here. We got a lot of volume right up in here. We got some stacked volume right there. You got 7 to 21, 4 to 25 to 21, 9 to 17. They are moving this thing up. Uh, you see right there? You see right here? You got to read it diagonally, okay? And those were just all stinking green numbers. Of course, you only got yourself about 5, 6 points, but hey, 120 bucks. You do that about 5 times during the day. That's a six-figure income, folks. Um, what the heck was I saying? Oh, uh, yeah, I kind of like to have an ATR for like the bubbles or something for the past 5 days or so. What is within 100 milliseconds? What is the aggregated volume within 100 milliseconds? I mean, it's a lot of data to crunch, but that's what I would like to do. And on the data window, you can have a setting that says like average aggregated volume or something like that. And then it'll tell you. That'll be able to give you a rough number of where you want to start because some days and some, you know, weeks, the volume is really in there and there's a lot of participation, there's a lot moving, and sometimes there ain't. So you kind of have to adjust that number. Here, I got to be right back. So you have to kind of adjust that number. And that's why I would like to use the code on the server to be able to do that. And then on the data window, I just connect to the server and just get that data. That's all. Can you explain the moving average again? It works very well. Yeah, let me. I got to run and do something real quick. Be back in about a minute or two. We got 165 buy contracts. 92 of it was one single order. That is pretty daggone significant right there. Right there. 165 buy contracts. 92 of it was one single contract. That is a market maker, institution, bank. They're moving it back up. You get in there and you put your support down here at about 10 points, and you're already up about six. With this freaked out market, you need to be moving to a break even or something. You got to protect your capital. We got 105.32. We got 38 over 112 right there. 112 buy to 43 sell. The buyers are still in control a little bit. We got the moving average sloping upwards on the 1 minute. It's still sloping down on the 5 minute. You're counter trend trading, folks. But then you got to think about it. You got 22 over 45, 16 over 46. The buyers are still in control. You got 7 over 29, but the thing is, they're getting absorbed up here, folks. So if you're down in here, it looks like they could be getting absorbed if they don't start stepping up into the plate. They need to step up to the plate and keep pushing this bad boy up here. The thing is, you got 172 sell right here. Okay, right up in this area, it had 172 sell. Okay, you see what I talk about with them losing steam? See what I talk about? Right there, they lost steam. Okay, right here, you had 88 to 101. You had 35 to 56, 7 to 47. Then all of a sudden they lost steam right up at the top, and that is telling you to take your daggone profits. To be quite honest, that's about a 10-point move. Okay, I got to be right back. About 1 minute. Okay, okay. Alrighty. So the moving average, yeah, it does work quite well. That moving average, if you're new to trading, I'll have to kind of here. Let me see if I trading view. I don't want to bring up Ninja Trader uh, uh, chart. I just want to do. Well, I don't need that. Here, let me do do trading view. If you uh, let me bring up just a simple chart. No, that's not what I want. Okay. Uh, candles. So where is it? Yeah. So well, regular candles look like this. Okay, regular candles they look like this. Okay, and you got your open, high, low, close. Now a hike and ashy chart, hike and ashy looks like this. What hike and ashy stands for in Japanese is average bar. So as you can see, it's just green right here, and it shows you the trends, and it has the high and the low and the closed area. Okay, this shows you nice trends, and a lot of people use this just for trends. Okay, because right here in this area, you're just trending down. Right here in this area, you're trending up. Okay, and this area is kind of flat line. Okay, so do. Um, so that's a Heikin-Ashi chart. Okay, and what this moving average is I take we're getting ready to close above the we're above the 5 minute moving average right there. That is definitely bullish. You got 58 contracts that come in. You have about another 50 some contracts come in. If you're trying to buy that run, you definitely want to be cutting about here. Okay. Um, what this moving average is the Heikin-Ashi data. I wrote the code. I wrote the code to take the Heikin-Ashi data of 14 periods. Okay, for 1 minute. So that's 14 periods over 1 minute. I get the Heikin-Ashi data for each bar, and I smooth it out with a 9 exponential moving average, and that gives me my order flow bar moving average. I call it order flow bar moving average. It's just basic Heikin-Ashi data, and I smooth that data. I smooth it out with a 9 exponential moving average. Because before I just had the Heikin-Ashi data with the line, and I was like, this ain't looking too good. And then you just smooth it out with the 9 EMA. Now I kind of got the idea from reading papers from institutions and their high frequency trading. And what they did was they took the Heikin-Ashi data to get a trend, and then they took it and smoothed it out with the exponential moving average. So you got inside bar right there. That's usually pretty bullish if you can break that area and put your stop down here. And that's usually bullish for an up for a move upwards. And also you got sellers right up in this area right here that were interested in selling. Um, but we got 62 negative delta. We got about 60. It really needs to step up into the volume, but also you got about 60 sitting on the offer right there. You got 71 sitting on the offer right there. So I don't think it has enough steam to break this. You got to look at the 5 minute over here. That's somewhat, yeah. I mean, we could be running up and forming a bull flag. So if you break this area right here, you got to chew through them, which you did. Okay, you got a buy and bounce area right there. You got about 70, 75 sitting on the offer right up here. Okay, you got about 75 sitting on the offer. You got about 50 sitting on the offer right here. got buy and bounce that is right here. Okay, buy and bounce right here. Okay, I'm tick merged this. I have tick merged the 1 minute. Okay, I have tick merged the 1 minute to 4 ticks. Okay, so each level on this footprint chart is going to be 1 tick. I mean, 1 point because it's 4 ticks. It's going to be 1 point. All right. And my settings for my imbalance area is imbalance of 4. It needs to be 4 times more buyers or sellers, and the levels of 3. So those are 3 tick levels. And within those 3 tick levels, it has to be more buying than selling, about 4 times that. And that's what that is. Now that I've got things pretty much wrapped up, what I need to do, I mean, there's still a lot more I need to do. But what I really need to do is sit down and do videos. I need to do a complete install video from start to finish, uh, and also do a video on all of these settings and what they mean. All of these settings up here, all of these settings right here for the Delta Surge, and all of the regular settings for the candle. I need to do that. And of course, live pulse is different, which I really need to update that too. And of course, your license right here. That's a free license key. That's going to be good until the 17th. And then you got all the colors that you can change. There's a lot more stuff I want to do. There's more I want to do. There's more I want to do. Uh, I got you got about 75 sitting up there on the offer right there. I got an email from Rhythmic last night. You got about 70 sitting up here. Are we going to see some large orders being filled? You got about 50 sell got filled. You got about 50 sell that got filled right there. Are they going to start refreshing? You got to look to see if they're going to refresh this. You got about 58 right there. Okay. So you came up into this area, you had about 50 sell contract right there because there was 92 buy right there. Out of that 92, there was 50 of it selling. So let's see what happens again. Let's see what happens. Ooh, you kind of losing steam a little bit there. Are you losing steam? Are you losing steam on your little bull run? Are you losing steam? You got 18 over 47. That's pretty good. Okay, you got 18 over 47. That's pretty good. Boom, right there. You got a lot of fills up in there. You got about 52 fill, about 62 fill. Uh, the thing is, when they fill up in this area with that heat map area, sometimes they'll move right back down. They need to aggressively come right back up if they want to keep running. But here's the thing. Look at this. You got 173 sell contracts. 103 of it was one single order. 103 right there on the 5 minute. 173 contracts within 100 milliseconds. 103 of it was one single order. 103 contracts in one single order. If they get squeezed, this is going to be a short squeeze for them. If they start moving up in this area, it's going to be possibly a good night for them. But also, you got to think over here. You got to think over here. You had all these sellers right here 175, 293, 146. You got to get through all of them. Okay. If you get through all of them, you definitely get in the short squeeze up here. More, I wouldn't say definitely, about 30 points. Okay. Well, that's just my assumption. That's just my assumption. Don't take this as buy and sell signals. Just take this as education. I'm not a licensed financial advisor. I can't tell you what to do. I can just kind of show you how to use the tool. I'll teach you to fish. That's about all I can do. You got about 10. Look at this 173, and you got 10 delta right there. You had a 163 delta surge that was right up in here. Okay. Good night there, folks. Is it going to be good night for you? You got that 300 sell contracts right there on that 5 minute you got to get through. You need to start seeing some large prints up in this footprint. You need to see large prints. 15 over 63 is pretty good. 36 over 89. You got some buy contracts that come in here. You got about 90 of them in there. You got about 100 and some right there. You got some buyers stepping in. You got the buyers stepping in. You got the buyers stepping in about 100 and some. It looks like 122 right there. You got some buyers that are definitely stepping in. This is the kind of stuff that I like to trade, and I will tell you exactly what I'm talking about. Okay. Right here. Right here. Look at the 5 minute. 5 minute bar is moving upwards. You're above the moving average. This moving average is sloping upwards. Okay. You had some sellers right here while we are moving up. Okay. When those sellers get caught, I like to buy up in this area right here, looking for a move up, up. Okay. That's what I like to do. So if you got in right here, which is a good valid signal right here because you're above these sellers right here. 50, that ain't all that good. 173, but we closed right at the low. When you see a large seller and we close green up top, man, I really like that. But instead, you got this candle right here that closed right here, and you can get in. And then once you see that doji, you just kind of have to get out because more than likely, that's a change of pace right there. Doji means indecision candle. It's 11 o'clock. Daggone. It's getting late. Um, yeah. Da, 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 da. Do, 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 do. Now, see, right here, you got to think about this. You had 173 contracts, 103 of it right here. 103 of it was one single order. And they bought right up in here, and we're right here about 25 points away. So 25 points, okay, 25 points, that's $500. Okay, 25 points is $500 per contract. You got 100 of them. You're taking a little bit of heat, but all I know is you got to put the odds in your favor. And when you're moving upwards, when you're moving upwards, when you're moving up, boom, boom, boom. When you're moving up, like we are on the moving average was moving upwards. You got that large seller right there. And we close right here. That's usually a go sign. You can get yourself 10 points out of that. That was pretty easy. You're not looking for a whole stinking move. You're not looking to get from here to here in 50 points. Does it happen? Yes. Okay, but can you easily scalp yourself out about 10 points, make yourself $200 and do that a few times a day? Yes, you can. Yes, you can do that very easily. Okay. This is the one thing you want to take a look on the 5 minute. This is the 5 minute. Let's take a look at the 5 minute of what's going on. Okay. You had these large sellers right here 175, 146. Okay. You had the large buyers right here. You had 100, 101 buy, 49 of it was one single order. Okay. But the problem is we got this wick up here and we're moving down below that buyer right there, we're moving down below. That is a little concerning. Could we pull back down to the moving average here? Yes. Or we can consolidate up here and the moving average will catch up with it. But all we know is we got 173 sell contracts, 103 of it was one single order. We got 95 sell contracts, 48 of it was one single order. We got 101 with 49 single order. Okay, right here in this area, you got buyers and sellers battling it out. And these are not battling out retail sellers, buyers. These are institution market makers, banks. Because you got 48 contracts of 95 volume. You got 49 contracts of 101 volume, 49 up here of 103. This is banks, institutions uh, having a small little battle. That's what that is. That's why I like seeing. See, when you see 100 contracts kick off that are aggregated, 100 contracts, okay, that's fine. But the 49, that tells me a lot. That tells me the big dogs are playing. 48 out of 95, that tells me big dogs are playing and they're fighting each other. That's why you're getting this little spinning top right here. That's telling you to stay the heck away. Let them fight it out. Let them fight it out and go with the winner. Let them fight it out and go with the winner. You know, uh, order flow is going to teach you a lot other than just regular candles. Okay, if you're just looking at regular candles, you're not seeing all the information you need. You got 97 sell contracts. Okay, you got 97 right there. Whoops. You got 97 right there. 60 of it was one single order. Bank institution market maker. Bank institution market maker. I mean, you got 50 sell up here with about 40 single orders. We don't know that could be retailers in there. There are retailers in these numbers, but what I'm looking at is the top number, 60. Okay, that's the That's the largest single. We got 44. We got 108. Boom. We got 114 buy. 103 of it was. Whoa, man. There's a lot of flipping around going on up in here. You see what I talk about with the battle? With the battle, stay the hell away from it and let them fight it out. I don't care if you have to wait another hour or 2 hours to get one good decent trade, kinda like how you would here for 10, 15 points, okay? Then let them battle it out. The basic auction market theory is the market likes to run up, likes to find value found to the upside. Then it goes into a balanced area where it just kind of chops around like this. It's trying to find out. It's having a nice big auction between banks and institutions right here from this activity. Okay, banks and institution market makers are having a nice little auction area right here. Okay, we don't know if it's going to break to the upside. We don't know if it's going to break to the downside. But what I do know is this is a balanced market. It ran to the upside, found value to the upside, and now we're in a balanced market. A balanced market is where new traders get pissed off. Okay, it's where the market likes to piss off new traders. It actually kind of pissed me off last week, and I ain't no new trader. I've been doing this 10 years. Uh, 52 sell 52 sell. The largest contract was one order. Yeah. That's nothing. Okay. That's nothing. Uh, we're still sloping up on the moving average. If we close below that moving average, we could come back down to the 5 minute moving average. As you can see right here, we're having a nice little stinking battle right up in here, man. We're having a nice little stinking battle. You see right here, we got 60, 90, 69 of it single order, 80 sell single order, 66. I mean, I mean, they're, it's a battle. Let them fight it out. Do not get in a scrapping match with some big players. You do not want that. Let the big dogs eat. Okay, let the big dogs eat. Let these big dogs with these single orders eat. When they're done eating, then you pick up the crumbs, whether it's to the upside or to the downside, pick up the crumbs. Let them eat. We got 500 negative delta on the current 5-minute candle. That's pretty significant. Okay, if you look at the run up, if you look at the run up right here, look at the run up you had right here. Okay, you had 500, 445, 284, and now you got 5 half right here of negative on the current 5-minute candle. That's looking a little bearish, little bearish right here. Okay, this could be possibly a sign to go short if you kind of come down here and then you get right down in this area because wow, you got 68 sitting on the bid right there. Plus you got these buyers right here that were there a little bit earlier. Okay, well you got 112 that just stepped in with 32 sell with 32 single order. Okay, oh they got a little heat taken. They got a little heat taken. When you get a spike down like that, what I like to do is just sell half and move to a break even and try to get myself a runner. You can always re-enter. You can always re-enter. You can always get down here when you see a spike like this. You just gotta do Shift S, sell, Shift E to break even. I'm going to get the hotkeys working. The hotkeys are working for the DOM. The hotkeys are working for the DOM. Okay. If I bring up a DOM, if I bring up a DOM, like right now, I'm on a Sim 101. Let's see, was it NQ? Oh, I need to do that uh, capital letters too. NQM6. Let's do New York session. We won't worry about tick merging it. We'll just come over here. The way the hotkeys are going to work, you don't have this update yet. I just don't have it out there. Uh, because I need to put up a page on the website for hotkeys for all the stuff like Shift Q, Shift W for the crosshair, the drawing, right click for the ruler, profit and loss. I got to build a page and explaining all that stuff, and then it's going to explain the hotkey. So when you actually click that HK, that's hotkey. Hotkeys enabled. Okay. When you do Shift F, that's flat. I'm already flat. Shift C to cancel all orders. So if I want to do, let's say I want to go ahead and buy right now, I'll just, and it goes off the quantity right here. Let's say I do the quantity up to 2. Okay. And the thing is, if you're inside a box right here and you try to do, see how that, you got to make sure nothing is focused. Okay. You got to click outside of it. So if I do shift buy, what that's going to do, shift B for buy. Okay. That's going to put me at 2 contracts. Okay. Because I just did shift B. If I do shift S, let's say I want to flatten, okay, shift E for break even. Okay. Shift E for to cancel it. Okay. Uh, that that's just, I'm going to put all of this up there. Okay. I'm going to put all of this up there. Uh, But these hotkeys right here, all these hotkeys, let's say I just do just flatten the trade, Shift F to flatten it. Let's say I want to buy again, I can just buy, and then I can just go ahead and close it out. Shift S to close it out. Now this goes pretty fast. So if you want to buy like 4 contracts, you can do Shift B and hit B twice, very fast. Like, see, that put me up to 4 contracts pretty quickly. Uh, let's say I want to just flatten that out. Okay. If I hit Shift S like 3 times, 1, 2, 3, it takes me to -6. So you can do it very quickly and get multiple contracts. Or you can just sit here and just do Shift S or B, B to cover, B to cover, E, break even buy to cover 2. Okay, break even to buy to cover 2 NQ June 26, blah, 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 blah. The 25 over and a quarter. Okay, 25 over and a quarter. This right here, this little blue box, that's my, the little blue box, that's my, whoop, that right there is my average cost right here. Boom, I got, because I had to break even. Okay, that's just the way it is. So all this is going to be there. I'm gonna actually put this into a market data window. All these keys with the hotkeys, this whole little footer area right here is going to be its own little box right here without the DOM, own little box, and you can do all of this right off a little window that you can drag around. Okay, all that's going to be there. Uh, yeah, Delta volume profile. Yeah, that's going to be in there. Yeah, Deep Charts is a fantastic platform. A little expensive, but it's very good. This is resistance. Yeah, so you see where the moving average is right here, and then you have the heat map you can turn on and off. Uh, all of that's going to be down at the bottom here on the footer, kind of like how so you can turn it on and off. Come on, man. Boom. Okay, so if you go to NQM6, let's say I just want to do real-time trading hours. Let's say history of let's say 20, and I'm just going to do 5, and then I'll merge the volumes to 64, and I click apply. Okay, right here down at the bottom, you can click this and show the candles or not show the candles. If you don't, right now we're in real-time New York session. Let's say you don't want to see the overnight high and low. Just click that, takes it away. The overnight point of control down at the bottom, you click that, take that away. Okay, right here at the bottom, it's going to show where it says candles. If you don't want to show the candles, don't show them. Down at the bottom, it's going to have options like delta, like it'll show delta. Uh, I don't know. I need to think about how I want to do it. I kind of want to do both. Like you can show volume profile, or if you click uh, delta profile, like a D dash P delta profile, then it will show the delta on the left side. So this whole column right here, here I'll get my drawing tool. So like this whole column right here, okay, you'll have your bar right here, and then you'll have your volume right here, and then you'll have your delta right here. Or if you just want to do a whole column, it'll have the bar right here and just delta if you want it. Or you can just do the bar right here and then do the volume. Okay. Uh, that's what I'm looking to do. That's what I'm looking to do. There's so much to be done that it's only one of me. Uh, and there's so much to do. Uh, but if you want to support the project, you'll have your chance real soon. Either well, either tomorrow, this weekend, or next week. If you want to do here, for some people that just don't know, if you come over here to orderflowbars.com and you click on price, you get the order flow pulse heat map, the DOM, the volume profile. The volume profile and DOM is kind of still in beta. The DOM's coming out of the beta here pretty soon, but the profile is still in beta. There's a lot of work that needs to be done. My main thing is the order flow pulse right here. This is the main thing. Okay, that is really main because that's what makes the money. Uh, but get instant access to the complete order flow bars package below. Special offer only $95 for a full year of access. The offer expires April 30th. Don't miss out. 30-day money back guarantee. Uh, that's going to be $95 for a whole year. What are we doing? Alrighty. Yeah, so it's gonna be like $95 for a whole year. That's like $8 a month. So if you want to support it, you'll have your chance. If not, then once everything's kind of locked down, it'll okay. So you've got 134. Okay, this right here is a fantastic, fantastic thing to show. Okay. Fantastic thing to show. You had the sellers right there and the buyers. Okay. We're breaking out of it. You got sellers right here that got caught. Okay. Sellers right here that got caught. And I'll show you right here where they got caught. Okay. We've got here, let me switch over to a solid bar. And I can explain this probably a little bit better on a solid bar. Okay. You've got all these sellers right here. Okay. All the buyers and sellers. Okay. You've got 134 contracts. 101 of it was one single order. You had 76 sell contracts. 37 of it was one single order. That is what I really, really like to see is this right here. And the close of it was right here. So when you break this area right here, you want to buy. Why? Because the moving average on the 1 minute is sloping upwards. Okay. The momentum is up on these candles. You've got trapped, you've got trapped sellers right here, 134.76. 100 of it is one single order, 37 of it is one single order of 76. That is banks, institutions right there. That ain't no stinking retail trader. So when you come over on this candle, you can actually do a market buy right here. Okay. You can just do a market buy. Where are you going to put your stop? Possibly down below here. Okay. So that right there is about 20-point stop, and you've already up about 25 points. That's about a $500 trade. $500 trade right there. Okay. That right there. That's exactly what I like to see, kinda like how we saw with this. You see? Kinda how we saw with this, but the close was right here. Then when you waited for this candle, you're like, "Oh, wait a minute, it's moving up," and sure enough, it did, and then you got yourself about 20 points right there, roughly about let's say 10 points, okay? 10 points right there. You roughly got about 10 points right there, and then on this one, you roughly got yourself about 30 points right now, so that's about 40 points. That's an $800 day. You just have to sit there and wait for a couple hours, and you make yourself about $800. Just sit here and be patient. Don't be clicking buttons all the time. Just take about a few trades. Maybe you get a loser, and you can get a couple winners. Okay, boom, you're done. Don't be double dipping. You see that 55 seller right there, and you're thinking you're going to break this and keep on running. Don't be double dipping. Why? Because the moving average is down here, and we're way up here. We're about 35 points away from the moving average. It kind of deviated quite a bit. Okay, but this is what you want to see right here. And you see that? You see the delta shift right there? You see the delta? The delta shifted to 453 positive delta. And you've got these trapped sellers right here, and you closed above, and this is a go sign. Go sign for about $500 winner. Okay. If you have to sit here and wait for a stinking 4 hours, you take a small loser, and you make about $500. Okay, let's say you make $300. That's still good money. $300 for a day. Keep doing that over and over. Keep doing that over and over. Keep doing that over and over. Or if you're really, really patient, let's say you take a small loser for about $200, and let's say you make about eight. Let's say you take three trades, one loser, two winners. Make yourself about about $600 between the wins and losses. That right there is six-figure income. So many people want to be driving Lamborghinis and buying $10 million houses and everything. That's because these gurus out here are selling you courses. They don't know how to trade. Shit. All they do is don't get me started on these gurus. No, don't get me started. All right, we got 70 now with 60 buy contracts, 60 of it is single order. Still, don't be double dipping. What you can do is just come up here once you start seeing some weakness, like right here, and get stuff about 18, 20 points. Sell about half, put your break even right here. Go ahead and manage the trade. If you come back to the moving average, maybe you get stopped out, wicked out. Who cares? You already paid yourself up in this area. So many people are going to try and full port and get themselves 50, 100 point runs and try to pass evals. Okay, well, uh, there are people that do that. That sit there and prop farm. They spend about 10, $20,000 a month and they make about 30 to 50,000. Okay, that's fine. That's a business for them. Okay, take away these fake prop firms and they're gone. They can't trade. Uh, Yeah, the subreddit, the problem about Reddit is when you advertise, I've heard they kind of smack you down, but I don't know. I think you should advertise this in the order flow subreddit. I think you'll find a few people who will support the project the way it deserves. Yeah. So, what I'm looking to do, I'm talking with a content creator now, and uh, the problem is with that one, he doesn't do my style of trading, so I don't know how good this is gonna be for him, but I have quite a bit of people in his Discord that are doing it. I've got, like, 200 users right now. I don't know how many people are actually using the app, though, to be quite honest. Yeah, I don't know how many people are using it. Next week, I'm gonna start running some YouTube ads, so I'm gonna start running some YouTube ads, and now that, this is pretty locked down where people can actually use this and make money, I'm gonna start running some YouTube ads, and then I'm gonna start doing some, true educational videos, not regurgitated crap that, gurus spew out, but actual real knowledgeable information that you just don't normally see. This information, uh, I learned this from, uh, veterans of the market. And the same thing on the 5 minute. Look at the 5 minute here. Boom, boom, boom. Let's see if we can't get a 5 minute going. Okay. Well, you got this big sell candle right here, and you got these buyers right here. You got 124 buyers with 53 single order, 53 largest single order. Once you broke that, you came down to here. Okay. But once you start trading up above here, you gotta get out. You just gotta get out. That's like 10 points, and you might make yourself about once you start breaking, you gotta move to a break even, okay? You gotta protect your capital because what you're looking for is if you get in here because you got these buyers right here and we closed below them, you get in on the break of that, you're looking for a move down, okay? But if you can't get it and you start losing steam, you gotta get out. Don't be taking a full stop out when it's not needed. That's just crazy. Why? Why? It's just not needed. This right here, you got you got some buyers right up in here, and then we closed below that area. You could get in right here, and probably possibly get yourself about 20 some points or something. But the problem is we really spiked up and then we kind of spiked down. When I see stuff like this, when I see spikes, wicks, okay, I call them spikes. When you see wicks, when it's wicking like that and it's wicking like this, man, that's just telling me to just stay away. You got a big wick, you got a big wick, you got a big wick. This is just telling me that it ran down, ran up, ran down. It's just not ideal. It's not smooth trading. Okay, smooth trading is this. Is smooth trading. Okay, and then you get 173 offsides. Okay, maybe you try to buy it up in here. Once you start losing steam, you just maybe you get half the run. Okay, maybe you get half the run for about 10 points. That's fine. Okay, and then we come back down here, and then we ran up. We had a little micro pullback right here. You got a lot of sellers, and once you start breaking that area, and then you saw in the 1 minute where these sellers got trapped, and then you start getting a nice little run for about 30 points. That's $600. So Maybe up in this area, you might have lost maybe $200, 200, $400. I don't know. Maybe you made 500, 800 up in this run. Okay. This is the kind of stuff you really need to look at. Also, another thing is, I wonder if yeah, this is a little extended. I don't know if I can. You're not always looking for trapped buyers and sellers, okay? You're not always looking for trapped buyers and sellers, okay? Uh, this right here is a little consolidation area. Okay, this is the consolidation area. Okay, you had 165 buy contracts, 92 of it one single order. When you break this, you can look for a run up, but you got that wick and you got to get out. Okay, all right. So you had a nice buy here with these buyers here. Okay, you had a little pullback. Maybe you can get in on the break of that. Maybe sell right up in here. Okay, get yourself roughly about 5, 6 points. It's all about capital preservation. Okay, it's all about capital preservation. All right, it's about capital preservation because then eventually you get some really good trades like this one right here. Okay, you get a break of that, and then you come running up here and get yourself about 25 points. Okay, remember what I said earlier about how the market likes to find value and then balance? Well, can you see it now? The market found value to the upside. Now, what are we doing? We're in a nice bounce area. It's having a nice little auction right there. Okay. We don't know if the value is going to be found to the downside again or to the upside again. We have no idea. What we do know is that the market ran up to find value and then it takes a pause. It likes to balance, be in a balanced state because you have people uh, that are just kind of auctioning around the buyers and sellers. But what am I seeing a lack of in this area right here? Okay, what I'm seeing right here in this bounce market is the buyers right here were still interested. Okay, there's buyers. What am I seeing a lack of right here? I'm seeing a lack of buyers. Okay, I'm seeing a lack of buyers and sellers. There's none right here. And these bubbles show up when there's aggregated volume. Okay, and there's none. None right here. They were right here, but there's none right here. So what is this telling you? Well, it's telling you that they're taking a pause. It's like 11:30. They could be taking a pause, the buyers and sellers. So if you got in here, if you got in here, let's say you took some profits up in here, okay, and then you start seeing this right here. Well, you might want to tighten your stop up to about right here, okay. You got to really understand. I trade. So many people just trade off candlesticks. Okay, this right here, if you break that area, that could be a nice little short, but you got to think about the buyers that were interested. Look at the 5 minute too. The 5 minute, we could be coming back down to the 20,050 area. Okay, we might not. Okay, but this is a signal right here. You had a delta surge of 146. You got 214 delta. You break this area, you got the sellers right there. Plus, you have a stacked sell imbalance, quadruple stacked sell imbalance. Sell, 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 sell. Four sell imbalances, four times more sellers than buyers. And you have the sellers right there. So you can kind of step in, then you see that 134. Maybe you cover for about 10 points on half your position. And then you uh, manage the other half. Okay, this is just how the sausage is made. Okay, that's how the donuts are made in the morning. I'm showing you how the donuts are made in the NQ. You see what I'm talking about? You see what I'm talking about? You see what I'm talking about? That's why you come here. You see that large buyer come in. Okay, so you still have. Get yourself about 10 points. Move to a break even. Okay, protect the rest of your capital. Don't be doing those stinking hope trades. We don't do no hope trades around here. We don't sling in full port and hope we pass. We don't do that shit around here. We's don't do that around here. Oh, righty. Ugh. Mm. You know what I would like to do is, oh, I don't know if I told you. Rhythmic sent me an email. Rhythmic sent me an email, and it says that I can start using their API. They're back in their API. Okay, all right. We had this is this we moved down. Okay, then we had a little spinning top right here. Then we had a little inside bar right there. Once we start breaking this area right up in here, okay, you can short it. Put your stop up here for about 10 points. Maybe get a 2 to 1 down here. Okay, why? Well, because the point of control is right here. And also this area, this little bar right here, that yellow bar is the large volume profile. And it's kind of right in the middle. Okay, the bar is kind of like in the middle. It's just telling you it's a little bit over to the buy side. So there's the largest buyer a little bit over. So largest buyer, seller of here, largest buyer. Yeah, it's just kind of like that. So you might not want to do that. Maybe you got stopped out. Now that I look at the 5 minute right there. We came right down to it, and we're kind of bouncing off of it. But if you did get in here and you see these large sellers right here, and they're not getting rewarded, and you're coming back over up in this area, no need to take a full stop out. Just cut the trade, take a break even or a small loss. You can always re-enter. Commissions are a lot cheaper than a full stop out. They're a lot cheaper than a full stop out. Uh, mhm. There it is. Okay. Um, that's got to be some stinking news again. That's got to be some stinking news. I'm sorry, but that's got to be some stinking news. Boy, oh boy, you gotta love it when that happens. That's got to be some stinking news right there, folks. Come on, can you financial G's? Can you don't make me write my own? That's got to be some news. That's some real stinking news right there. Financial juice ain't working for me. It does this from time to time. Wow. I don't know what news that was, but something happened. I mean, this thing moved from here to here, 80 points. I mean, that's news. I can't financial juice ain't working because I don't know what they're doing. Oh, they finally showed up. Okay. Uh, nothing. I don't know. I mean, I mean, short squeeze. I mean, all of these shorts right here just getting out. Could be. I guess. I don't know. I mean, it could be a short squeeze if we don't have any news. Because you're looking at all of this right here, all of these sellers right here. Some of these sellers and buyers up in here are already, this shorts already probably took the profits down there. That could be a short squeeze. I have no idea. I have no idea. But that was a pretty massive run, about a 100-point run. Um, 11:35. NATO's route speak. So who knows? It could have been that. We just don't know. All we know is that this stinking thing moved big in financial juice. Are you going to refresh? Yeah. I don't know what's going on, to be quite honest. He is speaking. Yeah, yeah, okay, whatever. I don't know what that was, folks. I don't see any news. I just don't know what that was. That was pretty significant. So I'm thinking the bubbles are pretty good. The 1 minute on PM Netanyahu, Lebanon seeks direct talks and Israel agrees. Okie dokie. There's your news right there. It was real late, but there's your news. Prime Minister Netanyahu, Lebanon speaks direct talks and Israel agrees. Okay, so Israel and Lebanon are going to talk. That's your news. Okay, I'm glad we got that handled. I'm glad we got that handled, folks. So the settings that I have here for the 1 minute, it actually seems pretty decent. We've got aggregated volume, the large volume of 50. Okay. And I'm thinking that's pretty good. The 5 minute needs to be set to 100, not 75. I'm thinking 100. That's what I'm thinking. Um, but the large volume set to 50 for a 1 minute, I think is really good. Resting orders of 30, I think that's good. If you want to turn on the heat map, you can turn on the heat map if you want. Uh, See, also, if you turn on the heat map, you got those sellers right there where they got squeezed. And like I said, you can buy up in this area for right here. And look where you kind of got up into resistance with the heat map. You had nothing up in this area stopping you. So that is a good, easy 10, 15, 20 points right there. Okay. Do-do-do-do. That's that's pretty easy. 20, 25 point, 15, 20 points right there. Yeah. Okay. So this is another thing you really got to look at right here. You see this area right here. Okay. This area right there. You have 84 buy, 25 of it, one single order. The main thing you want to look at is that right there. That right there is a buy and bounce up at the very top, and we closed right here. That is absorption happening right here. That is absorption. Okay. That means the buyers are losing steam for this old news. That way you can kind of go in kind of short right there. Moving average is right there, so it's kind of hard to do. I mean, you're only going to get yourself about 10 points, but hey, that's all you got. When you enter a trade, before you click that buy or sell button, you got to know, where am I getting out if I'm wrong? Because if you're like me, you're 30 to 40% wrong. Okay. I'm 60 to 70% win rate, but I'm 30 to 40% wrong. So you got to understand, as soon as you click that button, you better know where you're getting out, and you better be okay with it. Because if you're not, you don't click the button. You got to click that button and be like, okay, am I okay with the $200 loss? If you're not, then don't do it, or downsize. You know, if you're in a trade and it goes against you a little bit and you're like, oh man, if you got that type of feeling, you're in too big. If you're in the mini, then go to 5 micros, go to 3 to 5 micros. Okay. That's just the way it is. Right there, a beautiful little squeeze right there. It started happening right here. Okay. But you don't get in right there. I mean, you could if you want, I guess. But this one right here, and then you close right at here, and then you kind of get a go signal. You start selling some right there and get yourself about 10, 15, 20 points. That's how the sausage is made. Alrighty. The 1 minute, it looks like it could start flatlining a little bit. You know what I mean? It could start flatlining a little bit. The 5 minute, the moving average, and the 5 minutes just straight the stink up. Looked like it took the blue pill around 10:50 and just went straight up. Okie dokie. Okay, so if you actually have problems, execution strategies, positions. I don't have any positions. Let's bring over Ninja Trader. Okay, so we have the order flow. We have the pulse. We have the DOM. We have the profile. I need to change the color of that background. I don't like that. I need it to be gray, not blue, not light blue. I need for it to be gray, but I just kind of threw color in there. Because that's what I do. I throw things together and then I work on it a little bit later. Um, let's see. If you have problems installing or something, you want to come over here to tools, okay, and you don't see it, okay, and I got my window all jacked up now. Okay, let's bring it up a little bit higher. You want to go to tools, you go to remove Ninja script assembly. Okay. And when you click on that, sometimes it takes a while for the window to pop open, but you'll see like order flow pulse or something there. And what you can do is you can just go ahead and click on it and remove it. That removes the dynamic link library. It just removes it. Okay. Uh, and then once it's removed, you can just go ahead and do a clean install. I got quite a bit, so it takes a while. Plus, I'm choking the system. Remove Ninja Script Assembly if you see anything there. You don't see mine because I'm running the my local version. I'm not running a compiled assembly version. but you'll just see remove nondescript assembly. You'll see like order flow pulse, order flow profile, DOM, whatever. You can just click on it, remove it, restart, and then reinstall, and you're good to go. If you don't see, like if you come over here and you don't see a delta there, that just means that there's four numbers and it can't show it. So you kind of scroll back over, kind of like if it's too, if the columns are too thin, it's only going to show two digits. That's why you kind of have to move it over a little bit to be able to print the number. Because if it can't print the number, it just goes away. So it don't stack on each other and get all jacked up. Alrighty. I think I'm gonna try and get some lunch. Yeah, so you got them sellers right there, and then you had those buyers, and we closed up in this area. That's you got the moving average still sloping upwards, so that is kind of a sign you really don't want to be going short. And like I said, you're up in this balanced area right here. Okay, you're up in the balanced market area. Uh, Probably like right up in here. We kind of poked our head down a little bit right there. or I can try and call her right now. I don't know. Alrighty, boy. 347 sellers. What the heck? We got 347 sellers up in there. Look at all them sellers up there. 115. Yeah. Well, they trying, ain't they? They trying. You got some uh large little resting offers right up there. They really trying, ain't they? You got them sitting on the bed. There's like the histogram shows that right here, the histogram, that's 30. Okay, that's 30 right there. When you see the histogram, it's 30. You got some fill orders. Yeah, had some of them fill. Say it's 67 sell contracts, four of them in a single order. That's not very much. That's not too much right there. Um, oh, here, let me, actually, I can put the site, I keep forgetting this. Order flow bars. You can download it. You can download it. And it's free until the 17th. So it's free until the 17th. And then when, after the 17th, if you want to support it, you can do $95 for a full year of access. Offer expires on the 30th. Um, and this will be, hey, who is that? Hey, gentlemen, don't forget to tell her. Oh my God. Don't forget to tell her. Jeez, come on. Um, uh, okay, you had some sellers right here, and we closed up here. Normally, that's a go sign right here to keep going. You can if you want to do that. The problem is you. Come on, man. All right, you got the sellers right there. If you buy right here, You got to think you had the sellers right here. Okay, 347. Okay, you just had 66 right here. We keep moving up. If they get squeezed out, we could come up to this area. So you could possibly get yourself a nice 30-point move. Okay. You just gotta be careful. That's all. That's all. You just gotta be careful. And when you enter trades like this, you gotta understand where you're getting out. Okay. If you're looking at this for a squeeze and we closed above this and you enter here, you got to get out. You got to cut your trade right here, man. You just got to cut your trade. Okay. And when you start losing steam, just take your 10 points. Don't be looking for a massive winner. I mean, there's a reason why I got a handful of funded accounts is because I just take small trades like this, and then I sell half. Sling around 2 or 3 minis, and then you sell some up in here, and then you move to a break even, and then you get a nice old winner, and you make yourself like $1,000, and then you're making yourself like five, six, $800 on the ones that you sell a little bit early. It's yeah, yeah. If we see all this volume right here and we're not breaking through up into this area right here, then they're losing steam. Okay. If they do not break this area right here, okay, they're trying. They're trying. Are they going to come up here to this area? But are they going to come up to that area? We do not know. We do know that if you're in here, you took a little bit of profits right there. You should have taken a little bit of profits at 10 points. Now we're up about 20 points. Okay. Move your stop up. Okay, maybe you got in here. Maybe you put your stop about right here. Okay, you still make yourself about 10 points. You just got to manage your position and your trade. Don't try to get a whole home run on one trade. That's just not, you can do it if you want. You can do it if you want. I mean, this was a nice little valid trade right here. Okay. You got all those sellers. You closed above, you closed green, you get in here, you take some off right here about 10 points, about half of it. Now you're up here about 30 points, about $600 winner. Okay. Maybe you got in too many. You should take 600s. Let's say you take $200 there, then you take 600 right here because you're coming up right up against resistance. That's like an $800 trade. You're done for the day. Okay. I mean, I'm I'm just showing you how the donuts are made. In the morning, the donuts are made in the morning by finding trap sellers. That's how the donuts are made. You got your little trap sellers right here. Let's actually kind of zoom this in a little bit, okay? Because this really needs to be. Uh, it's not as an easy trade as where was that real easy one? Okay, like right here. You had them sellers right there, okay? 134.76, 37 single order contract, 101 single order contract. We break that high right there and you come up here and you get yourself about a $500 winner. Okay? So, let's say you did that for about $500. Let's write this down. We got $500 winner right there. Okay? And then you sit here and you wait up that's all folks. It happened at 11:12. Okay, it happened at 11:12. Let's say this one happened at 11:50, roughly about 45 minutes later, you got yourself another trade. You just sit there on your hands and you wait. You wait. You sit on your hands and you wait. I don't care if you have to wait 3 hours to get one trade. Let's say it's a loser and you don't get no more. Fine, take your loser, move on for the day. You got 104 resting offers up in here. Okay. Okay. Now the second trade was the second one, we kind of moved up, we kind of pulled back. The moving average still sloping upwards. You've got sellers right here, and this candle right here is 67 and 55. Okay, you got some sellers right up in here. We closed above it. That's good. Get in on the break of that. Where you going to put your stop? Down here. Your stop is about 10 points. Okay, so if you get in here, you got to be aware of this area right here because you had those sellers. So what are you going to do? You're going to take half off the table right there for about 10 points. Okay, that's about $200. Now you're up about $700. Okay, $700. Let's say you got in a couple contracts because it was a nice tight stop. Let's say you got in on a couple contracts and you come up here and you get this pop right here, and then you start seeing this resistance right up in here in the heat map, and you get out right here for about 25 points. That's $500. So roughly you made yourself about $1,200 for the day off, uh, off of two trades. That's just how it is. But most people aren't stinking patient enough. You know, they really just ain't patient enough. That's the thing. People just aren't patient. They want instant gratification. I want to, it's gone an hour and I ain't taking a single trade. Oh, okay. I mean, if you really want to do that, have two windows open. Have an eval or a funded account, and then have a sim account. You want to click buttons, click it on the sim. I'm just trying to show people how it's done, how it's made. Okay. Okay, let's take a look at this because you had 67 contracts, 55 contracts, 20 of it was one single order. 20 contracts in one single order. I don't know any retail trader that's slinging around 20 minis. That's not a whole lot for an institution, to be quite honest. That's not a whole lot. Okay. It's really not. Uh, if it's like 50, I kind of like that number 50. 50, slinging around 50 contracts, one order is really good. So you got 75 buy, five of it is single order. Okay. That's aggregated volume, okay? But you still got resistance up here. Okay, you still got some boop right up in here. And we're getting filled 53 contracts, okay? Are they going to get absorbed up in this area? You got about 90 offers sitting up there. You got 90 offers sitting up there. You want to look right here and you want to see, is there buying up in here? Because if there's buying up in here like that 53 contract and they're not moving up, okay, you got 164 sitting up here on the offer, you got about 100 sitting here. If we're not breaking this area, look at that. Okay, look at this. If we're not able to break this area right here, and we keep getting absorbed on the buying, let's see if we're getting large buying up in here. We got 112. Okay, that's pretty significant. Target could be up there at 226. Target could be up there at 226, which is about 20 points. Okay. If you got in on this trade, let's say you got in, you saw them big green numbers and you went on ahead and hit the buy key, and let's say you're in right here and you're up right here about 10 points, you really want to start peeling some off. You got to trade like a banana. Trade like a banana. You got to trade like a monkey. You see banana, take banana. Okay, peel a little bit off. Leave yourself a runner up to here for about 20 points. Okay, let's see. Let's see what these do up in here. I hope people are enjoying this information. I hope you enjoying this information. I hope you enjoy this type of content. If you do, hit the like button and subscribe. Boom! Look at that. You got 200. Whoa, that's market makers right there. Institutions. You got not. You got about 200 by 94 of it was one stinking order. One stinking order on that. I hope you enjoy his content. Hit the like and subscribe. Hit the like and subscribe. Oh, you got some sellers up in here. You got some sellers up in there. You got about 70, 60, 64 cells. You got, ooh, look at that. Look at that. That's kind of sexy, man. That's kind of sexy. We broke this area right here. We broke this area right here. Maybe you got in right here. Got yourself about 15 points, about $300. You're not looking for a whole move. You're not looking for a whole move. You're not looking for a move to get from here to there and make yourself like $800. But can you get half of it and make yourself $400? Sure, you can do that. Sure, you can do that. Not the problem. Not the problem. Okay, are these guys going to get caught? We have no idea, but we do know there's some large. Uh, you got 100 offers right up there. We got 100 offers. We got 100 fills. Wow, they bought that shit up. Now we got 86 buy. Boy, they bought that shit up. Look at that. Damn, they going to the moon. Lebanon seeks direct talks and Israel agrees. Okay, that's old news. Look at that, folks. Look at that. Don't be buying a raging market, folks. Don't be buying a raging market. Don't be buying a raging market. That's just not the way to go. Ah, yep. Hit the like and subscribe. Hit the like and subscribe. Da, da, da. I got to do a video of the order flow pulse version of the new version, order flow pulse. I got to do a new version. Ah, ah, mm, yeah. Do, do, do. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. 12 o'clock. Wonder what we got. Yeah, I think I need to set the 5 minute to 100. I think I'm going to set the 5 minute to like 100. I'm going to set the 5 minute. On the 5 minute, because this is a lot of bubbles up in this here. I'm using aggregated instead of one order. One order is fine if you want to look at that. Actually, the volume profile, the large order profile, you can use that. Aggregated volume, you can do aggregated volume. Large orders should be like 100 for a 5 minute, and then for the 1 minute, what I'm doing is I'm doing aggregated volume, large volume of 50, and that seems like it's fine. If you're looking for a run up and a micro pullback like this, you got to think when you're looking at the delta here. You really got to think. Okay, we got 200, 187. Okay, but then on the run up, we had this delta right here. Okay, that's pretty good. Okay, so if you get in here on the break of that doji and you put your stop down here for about 12 points, and up here, you got about 20 points, okay? So, but you got to be aware. You got to look to the left and be aware of those sellers in there too that are interested in selling, okay? Plus, you got to look at areas like this, okay? These are just things you really got to look at and be like, okay, we popped up here. Am I going to just move to a break even real quick and see if we can't get a run? Yeah, you might be able to do that. We got a buy and bounce right there. It looks like. Yeah, you got a buy and bounce area right there. Right now, you'd probably be up about 10 points. You'd be peeling some off and moving to a break even, see if you can't get a run up to here for about 20 points. Okay, and because we had a run up, we had a little micro pullback. The delta is a little higher than what I would really like, but you had 600, 500, 400. The delta is a little bit higher than I like. Probably half of that would be good. But on the pullback here, the delta was dropping 231, 125, 87. So on the pullback, three bar pullback, which is fine. Then you had a little doji candle there of 87. That's a go sign right there. That's a go sign. You probably got yourself roughly about 15 points right now. You got a buyer there. They don't get rewarded. You really need to get out. Okay. If you got in here and you closed up here and you got that buy order and just take your 10 points and move on. Okay. And move to a break even. I just don't know what to tell you. Uh, oh man, is this internet back to being crap again? Uh, Boy, my upload is just horrible. Uploads like 30 megabits per second. That's bad. It really is. But I'm with Xfinity, so what can you do? It's the only thing I got, man. It's the only thing I got. It's the only thing I got. Okay, it's the only thing I got. My upload is like 35 megabytes. I don't know. Okay, whatever. Maybe it'll clear up. Who knows? But that's what you kinda looking for here. You had a nice run up. You have a micro pullback here. You're looking at the run up delta right there. Run up delta is 600, 500, 400, and then the delta on the pullback on this 3 bar pullback right here. That doji candle right there was 87. So the delta was kind of slowing down. Now, if it's speeding up, you really don't want to get in there. You get in on the buy there. You come up here. You peel some off. You got a 55 buy right there. Then you got 54 and you would have gotten to a break even. But what I'm saying is, get in on these pullbacks right here. You can't break this high. You're not getting rewarded. Take your 10 points, move to a break even, and just take your stinking $200 and move on. I mean, that's if you're trading two minis. In this type of market environment, trading two minis on a 50K eval is kind of suicidal, in my opinion. But some people like to be that way. Some people look at it and be like, "Wow, I got this eval from Bullnox 90% off." I'm like, "Who gives a crap about $15?" It's not the way you need to look at it. The way you need to look at it is look at it as a professional trader. Okay, look at all that selling right there. That is not good. Look at all the buying. Okay, there's a battle right here. You got a pullback. You're trying to get in on the break of that because the delta is lining up and it's falling. And then you get in here. You get a buyer that did not get rewarded. And we start moving down below it, just take your profits and move on. That's all you got to do. Because, like I said, auction market theory. If you really want to think about it like this, think about it like we've been doing all morning. Market found value to the upside. Now it's in a balanced state. Okay, you got in on the low on that balanced state. We didn't know if it was going to keep running, but it came up here and take your profits. Be done. And plus, look at that. Okay, look at that. That's 30 resting offers right there. Okay, you got 50 of it filled and we still didn't move up. So then we start coming down here. You want to get out, and your entry was, let's say, roughly right up in here. And you want to get out here for about 10 points. Okay, you got to read the signals. You got to be able to read the market and be like, okay, the market's telling me I'm wrong. So take your profits. Also, new traders come in and be like, okay, do we go long, short, long, short? Where we at? We going long? We going short? Right now, we ain't doing nothing. So, so many people want instant gratification and they just always want to be in the market. Well, I'm sitting here waiting. Um, you got 108 buy, and we closed right here, and we're trading below it. You can get yourself a short, but you got to think about those buyers right there and where we are on the books. Okay, maybe get yourself about 5, 6 points. Okay, if you want to take that, that's fine. Take it. Okay, if you want to take this, take it, but understand where you're going to get out. Are you going to get out here at 5 points? You're going to get out here at 10 points? Okay, where's your target? Is it down here at 15 points? Where are they sitting in on the books? Okay, at 30 resting bids. They're right here. So these are things you really gotta piece together pretty quickly and make a decision. And look at the 5 minute. 5 minute starting to sell off. But at 170, you got the moving average. You got the order flow bar moving average. The 1 minute and 5 minute are contradicting each other. You're counter trend trading. And when you counter trend trade, you got to be quick to take your profits and move to break even. Some people are disciplined enough to get in here and then realize, well, I got resistance right here, and then get out for 5 points and be like, done. Okay, done. Wow. Yeah. Uh, Alrighty. Well, looks like we had a little run, and then we're going into a balanced market again. Your simple auction market theory. Market likes to find value, and the market likes to auction around and balance itself until the next time it looks for value again to the upside or the downside. So let's look at the large volume, large volume profile. We have a large buyer up here, the seller up here. We have a real large buyer here, large buyer here, kind of large buyer and seller, but we had a lot of selling up in this area right here. Okay. And the volume profile, large volume profile is kind of like in the middle. It's kind of like in the middle. See how it's in the middle? So there's like a large buyer and seller right there that were pretty equal. So it's kind of like a little bit over to the buy side. That's where we're at. Why am I stinking doing that? That's 300. I ain't gonna mess with this working. I need to do a video of all these settings. Maybe that's what I'll do tonight. I'll do an install video. This weekend I'll work on the order entry window with the hotkeys. I'll do that uh, like Friday over the weekend. I'll work on that. That way Monday we'll have our basic order entry with some hotkeys. Kind of like how it is on the DOM. I'm gonna set it up on the DOM. Total quantity, P&L, uh, no instrument specified, no instrument specified. Okay, so the little order entry window, think of it as this window right here. Boom, 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 this window right here. Okay, it's going to be basically a window like this. And then you have hotkeys enabled. You're going to have your hotkeys, so then you'll have to be shift, buy, sell, break even, flat, all that. So that'll be there. Okay. So that'll be there. That'll be like an order entry window that you can kind of maneuver around. Now, what I am going to be doing, the project has only been around for a few months, uh, is when you enter a trade, it's going to show you where you entered right here. It's going to show you where you entered, like a line. You got 120 sitting on the offer up there. You got roughly about 80 right here, about 60 right there on the bids. You got about 100 sitting on the offer up there. So if you get up there, that's about 20 points. I don't know if you're going to make it. You got to look to your left. You see that 80 seller right there? It's about halfway there. You could run into resistance right up in there. That's the thing. That's the thing you gotta think about. You gotta think about the financial interests of people slinging around volume. You still got them sitting up there, 117 on the offer, 60 on the bid, about 80 on the bid, about 120 on the offer up here, 60 on the bid, 80 on the bid. We're pretty high off the point of control, to be quite honest. What I need to do is I need to tick merge that volume, the volume profile stuff. I need to tick merge this. Volume profile tick merge. Let me tick merge it to 2 points. Okay. You see now it's kind of merged. It's a bit better. I do that kind of stuff time to time. Still got them sitting on the offer up there. Okay, you got about 60 on the bid right here, 80 on the bid. That right there is support area. Because look at this over here. It's probably those individuals right there. That 122 seller got absorbed. Yeah, 122 seller got absorbed a little bit. But you got to think, you got 106 right here. You got 122. You got 80 right here. 24 of it was one single order. So you got a seller up in here. And you got the buyer. So just let them fight it out. Be interesting if they come down here to about 200, up in this area, about 200. This is what I'm looking at. This right here. Well, now they got 60 and they got 90 right there. 60 and 94. I don't know if they're going to come down there. That's the thing. You just don't know if they will. If you look at the 5 minute, you got a nice little volume up in here buying and selling. Some people will look at this and be like, okay, we had a nice little run up. We got a trend line right here. We got a trend line right here. And if we break this area, it's good. Retest, do all that. I don't think of it that way. I just don't think of it that way. Not anymore. Yeah. Alrighty. Alrighty. Okay, what we got here? Well, we're coming back down on the 5 minute moving average. That's nice. Tell me don't go long or short, to be quite honest. Just sit and wait. You gotta sit and wait. Be patient. Yeah, sit and wait and be patient. Um, Yeah, I think I keep getting interrupted when I talk about the rhythmic. I think last night I got a email from Rhythmic so I can start using their API system. So what I'm thinking about doing, if I get enough support for this app, for this add-on, what I'm thinking about doing is start building out an actual order flow trading platform. Um, because some people are just not going to use NinjaTrader, and that's fine. And this code that I'm using for NinjaTrader, I can port that over to my own order flow trading platform. And then the orders will go right through Rhythmic because there's a lot of prop firms that use Rhythmic. Uh, and that's what I'm looking to do. That's what I'm looking to do. Uh, so I got an email from them, and I can start working on that. I'm going to look into that this weekend. The main thing that I'm going to be looking into, the very first thing to do is a broker connection, like connecting to Rhythmic and then just putting in an order window and be able to trade using NinjaTrader charts and probably use the Rhythmic. This is going to be personal stuff in the very beginning until I'm ready to release it, at least in beta. Just make sure it all works and maybe get a couple people. If there's like, a couple hundred people that are using the add-on here, and if there's like 25 people that would like to use the order entry window for Rhythmic and help me test stuff out on like evaluation accounts and things, that'll be great. That's what I'm looking to do. Ninja Trader is great, but I'm limited to what I can do, to be quite honest. And if I have my own order flow platform that I actually code and write, uh, then I don't. Then I'm not limited to NinjaTrader. I'm just, my own order flow trading platform outside of NinjaTrader. I will always support the add-on, but and a lot of the code can be ported over to my own order flow platform. The only thing I would have to write is the broker connections and the order entries through Rhythmic, which I got signed up for the API and they approved me, which is good. So now I can start working on that later on. Later on this year. Later on this year, I'm looking to do that. Uh, but yeah, we're on version 116. The main thing that I added was this aggregation. Uh, the bubble mode, aggregated mode, or one order. Okay. Before it was just one order. Now we can do aggregated and large volume of 50, aggregated volume of 50. And the way I have this set up is like right here. Uh, we're just kind of selling off a little bit. I'm not too worried. It's like 1240. Shouldn't be trading anyways. Like right here, you had 122 sell orders, but the largest single order contract was 10. So that's pretty interesting. That's pretty interesting. Because I like looking at large single orders as well. Okay, like let's take a look at this. Let's take a look at this. Okay, let's take a look at this. Uh, Here. Like this right here. We were still running up. We had 198 buy orders. 94 of it, 94 contracts. One single order of 94 contracts. So here, I'll be right back. I'll be right back. Go get my tea. All right, I'll be right back. I just gotta get my tea. Irish tea. Well, Wise. I usually try to go to Wise. They got they got horse. Uh, when did she get that? Oh, I didn't see it. Oh my word. Okay. All right. What we got here? What we got here? Yeah, we ain't got much going on. Okay. We really ain't got much going on. Here's the thing. Do you really want to take this as a sell? I mean, you got all these buyers right here. I just wouldn't. You know, to be quite honest, most of your money is made. Most of your money. Let me be honest. I'm going to tell you things that these stupid little gurus ain't going to be telling you. Uh, most of your money is made 9:30 to 11:30. Those 2 hours. Those 2 hours. If you can trade in those 2 hours, you can make most of your money and be done for the day. Okay. The volume is going to dry up in late afternoon, then it comes back around 3 to 4. So, you just kind of have to make your money the first couple hours. You just got to make your money the first couple hours. Like this right here. Let's take a look at this. This was actually a pretty good one. Yeah, like this trade right here. We had these sellers that got caught 134 sell orders, 101 of it was one single order, 76 sells, 37 of it was one order, one sell order. You get a break at that high right there, and then you come up here, and then you start drifting back down, and you just get out for about 15, 20 points. Makes yourself about $400 to $600 and be done for the day. Okay. Go into contracts, make about $1,000, be good. You're good to go. This is how it's done. Okay, this is how it's done. Uh, I don't know if we're gonna get any more. No, we're not. So I drop it off. I am going to. I'm going to start building out another chart. This is what I'm going to do. This is what I'm going to do, folks. This is what I'm going to do. Okay. This is what I'm going to do. Right now, we got the pulse. We got the order flow pulse right here. A lot of it is, I can't go back historically very long term because a lot of it's level two, and it's just going to just churn the system all to you know what. And then we have the DOM. Okay. And then I have the order flow profile that's in beta. I'm currently working on. There's stuff I want to do for that. I'm gonna get the Delta stuff up. Order flow profile. I got the volume up there. I want to get a Delta profile up there and a Delta volume profile together. So there's more work to be done on that. Also, I'd like to get a TPO, time price opportunity chart coded out. But what I'm gonna do right here is I'm just gonna do, uh, order flow bar chart. It's just gonna say OFB chart, okay? And what that is gonna be, it's going to be like your, maybe 30-second, and probably go to 30-second to, like, daily, okay? Where you can just load it up, and it's not gonna have all this other fancy stuff, okay? It's not gonna have the heat map on there, it's not gonna have the level 2 data, okay? It's not gonna have that, okay? Because once you start putting stuff in like that, you can only go back but so far historically because there's a lot of information being printed on the screen, and I'm limited with what I can do with NinjaTrader. So, but what I'm gonna do is, I'm actually limited on the resources of the machine, to be quite honest. But what I'm gonna do is just put in a plain chart, and I am going to have it so where you can have like a 30-second all the way up to a daily. It'll probably be 30-second, 1 minute, 2 minute, 5 minute, 10, 15, 20, like 30. It'll be all the way up to like an hour, 4 hours, and then a daily. Okay. And then you can just have a regular chart up there, and then you can have bubbles on there as well. You can just click a button. That gives me an idea. Nah, all right. And then you can click on it. Then you have your VWAP on there, or whatever. Have your profile up there. Uh, But it won't have all the fancy stuff like the footprint chart. It won't have the footprint chart. It won't have the volume chart. It won't have the delta chart. It'll just be your basic chart. It'll just be a basic chart. And then you'll be able to throw some indicators on there. Not all of them. Then maybe some drawing tools or whatever. And we got a lot of buying up in here. Look at that. We got a lot of buying up in there. We got what kind of buying we got up in here? We got 82, 74, 53, 65, 53. Do 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 do. I really wouldn't be doing anything. You should have made your money in the morning and be done. Yeah, so you got a lot of buying up in here, but the problem is a 5 minute order flow bar moving average sloping downwards to 1 minute or down below. It's telling me just don't do anything. You got to make sure you put the odds in your favor. You just got to put the odds in your favor. Good job. Um, yeah. Um, Okay. So the 5 minute could be flatlining. If we close above it, it's going to start flatlining. This is I don't know. There was something spilled on the floor over here, and she was cleaning it up. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Um, so it could close above on the 5 minute. You got about 4 minutes left, and then the 5 minute moving average could start flatlining, which is not ideal, to be quite honest. But that's to be expected. That's to be expected. Okay, we got 56 buy. You know, you got a little. How many's up there? You got 70 sitting on the offer up there. You got about 70 sitting on the offer. Yep, 70. You had 70 on the offer. You had it up there, but you ain't got it now. I don't know what they doing, but you had it. They ain't got it now. What you got up in here? You got a lot of buying 52, 53, 50. You got a lot of 50 contracts being slung around. Okay. You got them sitting on the offer up there. You got some absorption right here. They start moving down. Okay, they're starting to move down. That's absorption. They break this, come down here probably. But that right there is a wick that's telling me absorption. That's what that's telling me. You got some absorption happening. Because those were 50, 80s. I mean, that was pretty good size. Okay, and that's telling me there's absorption. You got 107 sell. You had absorption up here you got to think about. So if you're trying to get in on the break of here, you got that 107 right there that's pretty decent. You want to look at the delta. You got to keep your eye on that delta. Once we start getting to this area right here to break it, if that delta is moving down and getting more negative, that's good. But if we start moving down into this area and that delta just stays the way it is, I wouldn't do it. I just wouldn't do it. I wouldn't do it now, anyways. You got 55 contracts that came in. We could be forming out another little market likes to find value and then bounce around. People call that a bull flag, and then probably run up to here for about 15, 20 points. So if you're going to get in here and you're going to put your stop down here, that's about 8 point, 10 point stop. And if you're trying to come up here, that's about 15. I would like to try and see to get a little pullback and see what it is because this right here, you got to look at the delta. You got to look at the delta. The delta on that run up was pretty good. 25, 43, 82. And then the delta right here, that's negative 78. That's actually climbing. Okay. That's climbing on this candle here. That's not a good sign to be quite honest. I mean, if you are trying to get short, you gotta deal with the moving average. It could bounce off of it. So if you get in there, you get about yourself about 5, 6 points, and then if you do get in here, if you did get in here, what you really need to do is just move to a break even because you can bounce off this moving average pretty good. And you gotta look at the 5 minute over here; it's flatline, and we're above the moving average. This is the kind of stuff you really need to be thinking about when you're trading. And look at that delta. This is not a pullback that I'd be interested in. 2078, 108. That's actually climbing negative. It's climbing negative on a pullback. I just don't like that. For a bounce up, I just don't like it. Could it run up and shoot up? Yeah. But the odds, I'm thinking of the odds of putting it in my favor, and that don't look like the odds are in my favor when you see 2078, 108, the delta going down, and I'm trying to go up. You know, you really got to think about putting the odds in your favor. And like I showed earlier, if we sat here for 2, 3 hours and you made like 3 trades, win one, win two, and then you walk away with like five, $600 for the day if you're slinging around a mini, that right there is a six-figure income. And all you gotta do is sit on your hands and be patient. Wait for about 2, 3 hours to do it to do 2 to 3 trades. You see what I talked about earlier? That right there with that wick and that absorption right there, we had absorption. Now look where we're at. I mean, we had absorption up there when we came back down to the moving average. So it's 1 o'clock. I need to make my notes for when I cut the stream. I need to make my notes. What do I need to do? What do I need to do? Oh, yeah, I need to flip that switch. Um, let's see, the API key. Stripe API key. You know, if I do another late night coding session, I could possibly get that order entry in there because all the logic is done. This order entry, all the logic is done. Do-do-do-do-do-do. That's all, folks. Right here. All the logic is right here on the DOM. All this, the account, the quantity, enable the hotkey, disable the hotkey, all that logic is there. The total quantity, P&L, all the buy, the market and limit buy buttons, they're all there. The break even, cancel, flat, all that's there and all that's working. Even the hotkeys are working pretty halfway decent. They're actually looking pretty decent. The only thing is, there's something I got to fix with that. When you actually when you enable the hotkeys and when you enter a trade and you move to a break even, it'll move you to a break even. Okay, but the thing is, like let's say you got uh, one contract, and you move to a break even. but you hit the break even key twice. Then it puts in 2 orders for the break even. That's not good. I gotta fix that. So, simple stuff like that, I do have to fix. Or let's say you're in 2 let's say you're in 2 contracts. So you're in 2 contracts. Let's say you hit shift B twice, or you actually hit the market buy twice, and then you hit the market and then you hit the break even. Well, it puts you in the 2 orders break even, but if you sell one, it doesn't update your break even. It needs to do that. I just haven't, wrote the logic in there for that yet. I just get the basics working, then I move on to the other stuff. You don't code everything at once. You code it, you test it. You code it, you test it. You code it, you test it. And that's just the way it is. It goes back and forth, back and forth. But I can get the order entry window in possibly tonight. Okay, possibly tonight I can get the order entry window in, because all it is just basically taking this logic and throwing it into another window, and I can create an add-on window in a matter of, like, I don't know, 5 minutes. I mean, I've already got the code. I just take some of this the window I created for the DOM. I just rip that and just paste it into another file, and then take this logic, because all this is decoupled. I can just take that logic and reuse it. Just take the buttons and throw it in that window. I might be able to get that done tonight. I'll see what I can do. That way, we can have an order entry window that we can just kind of float around. We can move around where we want, and you just got a basic order entry window. It ain't gonna have all your fancy gadgets and stuff like your strategy, like your ATMs or whatever. I mean, all that can come later. You need to get the basics done. You can't be like, oh, here's a full blown chart trading platform I did overnight. That ain't gonna happen. But I mean, you kind of got like a basic order entry now. You got basic entry right here. I mean, you got a basic entry window right here. Some a small window like this, or maybe even smaller. I don't know, but something like this where you got all the buy stuff and things like that. And then later on, I can add like the ATM strategies. I can add that later. The stops, the types. Yeah, the types are going to have to be there too. That gives me an idea. Yeah. Okay. But kinda like a window like that. I can do that pretty easily. With the hotkeys, because I love trading with hotkeys. I'll hit the buy key a couple of times, and it moves in my favor, and let's say I get 10 points, I'll just sell one and then move the runner to a break even, all with hotkeys, so you don't have to click a button and for grab your mouse and click a button. So we're kind of drifting up a little bit, up in this range again, up in this range area again. Okay, up in this area, you got about 87 resting on the offer up there. We're just in this range area. Are we going to come back down through here? We have no idea. It could break through, but hey, who knows? Look at the delta though. Okay, the delta is 34.1396.30. Right here, we had some steam and kind of lost the steam right here. If you come back down to this area, you got about 5, 8 points. Just ping pong back and forth until you break out and you get stopped out. So it's 1 o'clock. Usually pretty boring by now. Oh, I gotta extend the limit of these bubbles out to the New York session. That's what I need to do. Extend those out to the New York session at least. That would be nice. It would be nice to do that. I mean, I wouldn't be taking shorts because of the moving average. We're above it for one. All right, we're coming up here. We're coming up here. We got about 94 sitting on the offer up there. You got about 90 sitting on the offer right there. You got about 56 that filled. You got 128 that filled. You got 105 that filled right there. They need to break and hold. They need to break or hold. This area right here, you need to break. You need to break or hold. If they start coming back down here, back below this, probably move back down to this area. You know, they need to step up to the plate and they need to start holding this area right here. You gotta look to the 5 minute too. Look where we are on the 5 minute. We're way up here. Okay. We're up here at the session highs. Okay. We're up here at the session highs. We're in the high value area. Most people are trying to be short right now. So if you get in on the break of this, you need to do it with volume. Okay. You got 32 delta, then 54 delta right here on 54 delta right there on that candle. Yeah, just don't like that. That delta needs to surge. This current delta right here of 20 needs to surge. You got all this area you got to deal with though. The delta's 50. So if you get in here, once you start trading down below this, you really got to rethink the situation you've got yourself into. If that delta, yep, now we're up to 100. So now the delta is starting to climb. Okay. We still got to break through this area right here. Okay. Right there, you got about 51 contracts. Right there, you got 51 contracts that come in. So if you're in right here and you're right here, you're in right here, you're right here, you got about 7 or 8. You're in a winning trade. Do not let it turn into a loser. Just don't. You had a lot of stuff you had to get through up in here. Okay. All those offers up in here, you got a lot that you needed to get through. So up in here, you see that 51. As soon as we start climbing back down, just cut it for a break even. At least that's what I do. Okay. You, you got to think about this. Your candle was right here, the open and close. The high was here, the low was here. You had 128 buyers, you had 105 buyers, but we closed right at basically a spinning top. Okay. So if you break this area right here, you really got to get out. If you're trying to get it on the break there, you, you know, you got like 7 point stop and you come up here at 7 points. That's a 1 for 1. Sell half, move to a break even, and you got out on a break even. But at least you made yourself about 5 points. You can do that type of trading if you want. You just have to be highly consistent, which normally I'm about 60 to 70% win rate. So because I take very small base hits like that most of the time, I'll take a small base hit, and every now and then I'll get a big winner, like 50 or 100 point run on a runner. It don't happen all the time. These are the things you really need to think about. And look at the positive delta right here, positive delta. 54, 105, 17, 18. The past two candles been kind of blah. Uh, you can actually consider this a micro pullback. You had a run up. You had a pullback here. You had a pullback there. You get in on the break of that. The delta on those weren't negative. That pullback, the delta was not negative. That's good. So if you get on the break of that, get yourself about 5, 7 points, kinda sell half. If you get in on the micro pullback, get in on the break of that because the delta wasn't negative, and you come up here and get yourself about 5, 6 points, move it to a break even, protect the capital, move to a break even, take some off. If you see some weakness like we have right now, take some off. Okay. I know it's just an eval and it might be 15, $20, it's just an eval. It's just an eval. I don't care. I mean, that's what most people think. I don't care. Well, I've been trading for 10 years before these prop firms came out. So I had to learn capital preservation. Uh, I've been trading before micros came out. So I had to learn capital preservation. I just had to. And how I did it, slinging minis around on a $3,000 account was get in here, peel some off right here. As soon as I saw weakness, just get out. Take a tight stop. Get in here, tight stop to right here. Okay. Get out right here. Just get your base hits and just build the account. Once you build that account, you got yourself a buffer, like 500, $1,000 buffer. Then go ahead and start slinging a couple minis. But before you just get into our fresh eval on a 50K account slinging around 2 or 3 minis, it's probably a good idea to just sling around maybe 5 micros, build it up a little bit, or 1 mini if you're good and you got good consistency, you can build it up and then sling in just take these base hits. Just take these base hits. Thank you. Hey, you still got a whole one left. You still got one up there. Um, you can sling around 1 mini and do your base hits like this, do your base hits like this, do your base hits like this. See, here's the thing. If you got in here, and let's say you got out here for about 3 points, okay, that's $60. And then you get in here and you get out here for about 5 points. Okay, that's about $100. So that's $160. In a very short period of time, about 5 minutes, about $160, just taking very tight stops, base hits, tight stops, base hits. Okay. Build your account up to about 500,000 on an eval, and then start slinging in 2 minis. Start slinging in 2 minis. Take a base hit, move to break even, try to get a runner. Before you know it, that runner makes you about $500, $1,000. Boom. That's how you pass them. You're not looking to pass these damn things in 1 to 2 days. I don't care what these gurus tell you. You're not. I mean, if you want to trade like that, go right ahead. I don't care. The moving average sloping upwards. You got micro pullback right there. You got another 3-bar pullback right here, and this 3-bar pullback right here. Boom, 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 boom. Look at the delta. -6, 119 positive, 70 positive. Okay, another base hit. Stinking all day long, $120. I mean, I don't know what to tell you, folks. I just don't know what to tell you. You make yourself about $300 right here in a matter of about 10 minutes, about $300 to $500. I don't know, man. I don't know. I might know what I'm doing. I might not. I have no idea. All I know is if you like this content, hit the like and subscribe. If you want to support the project and keep it going, then then you'll have your chance next week. You'll have your chance. $95 for a whole year. That's $8 a month. I mean, my word, I can sit there and walk you through a trade and that daggone thing will pay for itself. If you worried about spending $95 for a whole year, all you gotta do is just follow me, and then you just freaking pay for itself. Base hits, folks. Base hits. Don't be trying to do a full port gambling degenerate style. Because if you trade like that, and then all of a sudden these fake prop firms go kaplooey and they go belly up, all of them, because regulations hit or some crazy stuff like that. Who knows? But let's say something happens like that. Okay, you really don't know how to trade. You really don't know how to trade if you're a full port gambler. You just don't know how to trade. But if you take this add-on and do what I'm trying to teach you, then you can go ahead and make the money from the prop firms, start a personal account, and then go ahead and trade a personal account. I mean, I trade a personal account. I'm not doing it now because the Iran conflict is going on. I ain't trading no personal account. I've been I've traded these types of environments. Okay, we're coming up here. How many we got? About 150 on the books up here. How many we got on the books up here? How many we got on the books up here? We got about 150. 150 sitting on the offer right there. You got about 150 sitting on the offer. 140 sitting on the offer. So you got 140 sitting on the offer. Okay, you came up here. You made yourself a little bit of money, about 10 points, about $200, right? You've already made yourself roughly about, let's say, 5 points there, 100. 5 points there, that's about 200. And about $400 right here in a matter of 15 minutes. You can't be no full port gambling degenerate with me because I don't teach that. I don't teach that. Been trading for 10 years. I will teach you how to trade for real. Kind of like what we just did here. Base, very base, tight stops, base hits, tight stops, base hits. And the type of trading I do, I like to get green as soon as possible. Okay. So you had like this pullback here. You had a run up, you had a pullback here. There was no negative delta right there. It was basically delta neutral right there. But you get in on that break right there. Where's your stop? Probably right down in this area right here. Okay. If you really want to be crazy, you can put it right here. Okay. And then as soon as you break this area, you're not going to get in. Let's say you get in right here and then you get out right here for about 5 points. That's $100. Okay. That's a base hit. Okay. Base hit. This one right here, same thing. Let's say you get in here. Let's say your stop is right here at the open. Well, you're pretty green automatically. As soon as you get about 5 points, move to a break even, manage to trade. Maybe you get up here and see a little area and get out about 8 points. You know, make $160 real quick. You know, in a matter of just a couple minutes. Base hits will build your account. That's why I got a handful of funded accounts because of my stinking base hits, and every now and then a runner. Okay, we had some absorption up in this area. Okay, we had 53 contracts, 156 contracts kicked off, 94 contracts in a single order. Okay, you got some absorption right there, so we'll probably move back down to this moving average. If they reclaim this, then they could keep running. The odds are of keep running is pretty good because look at the 5 minute sloping upwards, look at the 1 minute sloping upwards. So trying to take a short is, in counter trend trade. So many people will look at this. So many people will look at this and be like, "Well, we've gone from here to here. I'm going to go ahead and short and try to get down into here, and then we just base around and you just get chopped up." You know, we see all I say moving back down to the moving average. That's kind of like what we're doing. You got absorption up here. You got a little doji. You break that. You come down here. You get yourself another 5 points, $100. Move to a break even. See if you can get a flush out down into this area right here, and try to make yourself about $400. That's how the game's played. Okay, this is how it's played. Not being a full port gambling degenerate. And when you see that right there, you need to immediately get the hell out. Because that was, I don't even need to look at level 2 or anything like that, or a footprint to be able to tell me, because I just saw the pace of the tape. 18 to 46, that's a no go. 9 to 37, that's a little bit crazy. That's why we had all those sellers, all those buyers right here are pretty strong, and we shot up real quick. Okay. That's because of the stuff like this. 18 to 46, 9 to 37. Okay. You got a lot of buyers that just shot it straight up. Okay. Because there's probably nothing on, I mean, just shot it straight up. I'd be getting, I would have gotten out. Boom. I would have just break even. I wouldn't even take the trade because it's counter trend trading. I suck at counter trend trading. I'll sit here and wait for 2, 3 hours. I don't care. What's the delta on that? Yeah, see, you got negative. You got the negative delta right here, 26, 1978. You got big negative delta right there on this candle. Most of that negative delta is right here because those are big, solid blue violet bars right there. That's where it is. When you see hollow stuff like right up here, the positive delta, but its kind of opacity is really light. That just means it's a light positive delta when you're looking at a delta candle. I got them sitting on the bids there, about 56 sitting on the bid. I'm not seeing much. If you look at the whole book right here, I'm not seeing much. See this? I'm not seeing much. Oh, I know what I needed to do tonight. Install video. The API, the install video, and settings video. Yep, that's what I need to do tonight. And then I'll put it up on see right here on the site, right up here. Let me bring this up. Orderflowbars.com. Okay, let me go to the profile section, view products. Uh, when you go right here, you'll see education. Okay. And you'll see order flow bars install and configuration. I need to update that. That is what I really need to update. Or order flow pulse install and configuration. I need to update that one, and order flow bars DOM install configuration. Uh, I need to. I'm not going to update that one right yet. But how 500 contracts can trade with level 2 showing 20. That's a very interesting video. Trap Trading trap sellers on absorption. That's a good video. I need to update that because that's just old order flow pulse. That's just an old version. Okay, that's an old version. And then if you come over here to the pricing, uh, I mean, this is what you get. These four uh, get instant access to the complete order flow bars package below. Special pricing, $95 for a whole year access. That's $8 a month. This offer expires April 30th because it depends on how many people are going to support this 30-day money back guarantee. If you use it and you don't like it, just shoot me an email. Tell me why you don't like it. Tell me what I can improve on. I'll give you your money back. I don't care. You can come back later if you want. Um, but that's what it is. Ah, alrighty. And that $95 to April 30th. At the end of the month, it depends. I'll be honest, we've got like a little over 200 users on this site. Not everyone's using this right now. Okay, and I'm sure there isn't. I'll be lucky if half of them are. Um, but once I get like 100 users that support the project, then I'm going to have to rethink because then the project will have revenue to pay for itself. Then I'll have to rethink about uh, either going for a yearly, either going well paying more for a year, maybe 199 or maybe 14.95 a month. So yeah, but it ain't gonna be $95 a year constantly. Not from what I've seen out there. And also support the project because I'm going to be taking this into its own order flow trading platform. The first broker connection is going to be Rhythmic, so because a lot of traders can use prop firms use Rhythmic, so that'll be the first one. Then the second broker connections, data feed connections will be Tradevate, which I found Tradevate I really don't like. It seems like it was with Lucid, so who knows? It was a little bit slow, to be quite honest. The executions, the Rhythmic seems faster for me. Yeah, this really ain't a pullback or an area that I really want to be shorting. Okay, this is not a pullback. Okay, this pullback because of the delta. That pullback, get in here. The delta was 119, then it went to 69. A little concerning, but hey, get in there, put your stop there, and you got yourself roughly about 8, 10 points. Yeah, you're not going to get in here and pick the top and get yourself 20 points. Just let's be realistic. You'll probably get about half that. Okay, about 10. I mean, let's be realistic. You and I are not as good as these hindsight gurus on YouTube later this evening. We're not that good. You and I are really not that good. I mean, we're not good enough to get to buy the bottom right here and then sell the top and make 60 points. But I can tell you who is that good. A guru later tonight will show you that. See, I got a 5 to 1 on this trade. You can do the same thing if you buy my $300 course. That is what you'll see tonight, probably. What I'll tell you is, if you want to support the add-on, go ahead and get it. And what we can do is just do stinking base hits, do about 2 or 3 of them, and make about $500. That's what we can do. Yeah, you and I ain't that good as some hindsight traders picking the tops and bottoms. We're only good enough to get base hits to get halfway through it. All right, you got 175 buy, and they're getting caught on the wrong side. They're getting caught on the wrong side. We got some sellers up here on the 5 minute. You had some pretty large sellers up in this area right here. Uh, Also, you got to look at this area right here. You got to look at this area right here. This is a large volume profile. These are large single orders. Those were large single order buys. These are large single order sells. So we're right there in that area. And look at that, 106. Okay, financial interest probably financial interest because look at that. We had 107 earlier. Okay, so if you get in here, you're looking probably for support down in this area, maybe. Okay, we got a delta surge going on by 104 on the delta surge. We got 105 delta, 116 negative delta. If you get in here, you got to put your stop. If you come back up into this area, it's good night for you. Uh, you got the 5 minute moving average kind of flatline, and this is a little dangerous to be taking trades like this. I tell you what, I really like to take is trades that have already moved down. People think they missed a move, then you get a bounce, and then you get a micro pullback, and then you kind of move down a little bit more. Those are the type of trades that I like. I'm not trying to go from here to here and get the full move and get 75 points, but can I get like 20, 30 points? Yeah. See, this is why you got some buyers, you got some bids stepping in. So if you got in here and you get absorbed here and you back up in this area, you just got to cut the trade for break even. Okay, wait again, wait again. Why take so much? Get in here. Why take this heat right here and then move down? Go ahead, move to a break even, see what happens up in this area, and then get back in. Commissions are a lot cheaper than a full stop out. Okay, this was looking good. Why? Because you had 296 negative delta. Get in on the break of that. You only got yourself like 8 points, but then it started closing back up against you with the delta going to 61. It wasn't even moving down anymore. Okay. The delta surge happened right here, but we were moving back up. We weren't moving down. And that's telling you weakness. Get out. Because here's the thing. I say on these base hits, on these base hits, these two base hits that you got on this move up here, and let's say you made $300, why would you give it all back in this move right here? Just go to a break even. You you're thinking you can get in here and probably cover down in here for a nice move. So if you're down here and you're already up about let's say 5 6 points, but it starts coming back and the delta is not moving down, just get out. Just get out. Protect the profits you've already made. Yeah. So that's another thing. Protect the profits you already made. Okay. You got some base hits, base hit, base hit. Okay. We already walked through that right there. You try to get in here, you got you're not getting anywhere. Cut the trade. Move to a break even, a very tight stop loss of like 5 points. Maybe you made 20 points here and you get back five, that's still 15. You walk away with $300. Okay, no big deal. Maybe you're trading two minis and it's $600. Okay, yeah. If you're looking at a footprint chart, you're looking at a footprint chart. Let's look at a footprint chart on this. Okay. We had a delta surge right here. Okay. The delta surge happened because there was a lot of delta coming in here. So you had a delta surge right here. You had 18 on 41, 14 on 34. That was looking really good to keep moving down. But for some reason, it shifted and you started getting printing 66, 62, 84 right here on your entry. And you're printing 84, 60, 66, 62, 84s. And we've moved from here to here and you're starting to print 66, 62, 84, you got to get the heck out, please. Please be disciplined enough to admit you're wrong. let's look at the delta on that too. Okay, let's look at a delta chart. If you like to trade off a delta chart, okay. So you get in on this break right here. Okay, that's fine. Get in on that break. High negative delta, light positive delta, high negative delta. But we start trading above it. Okay, and then you got high positive delta right there. You really need, once you start trading up in this area above that high positive delta bar that's bigger than the rest of them, you really need to take your friggin' 5-point stop and get lost. I'm sorry to tell you. I'm sorry to put it that way, but you really need. Mm, mm, you really need to. See positive delta. I like trading off of delta bars. You can actually do delta bar on the 5 minute. Delta bars on 5 minutes are actually pretty nice. Okay, delta bars on 5 minutes are pretty nice. They'll tell you where you're at. Look at that big old five. Look at it. There's a reason why that bar right there, that big negative delta is a reason. There's a reason why. That reason, 106 sell contracts and 92 of it was one single order. Okay. Wow, they getting caught, ain't they? They getting caught. Look at that. They getting caught. They getting their asses handed to them, aren't they? Good night there, smoker, mother lovers. Good night there, folks. Remember we did a trade like this earlier? Uh-huh. Uh-huh. And look at this. No, 96 positive delta. We got a bar that closed above here, closed above that 156 sell. 100 of it was one single contract. We closed right here at it. We broke this area, and now look at it. It's like a $20,400 winner. You get this every day, folks. You get it every stinking day. All you got to do is sit on your butt and wait. Do not be clicking buttons. Don't be listening to these stupid gurus. I'm just some old fart on YouTube that's been trading for 10 years. Most of them years has been order flow. I built this because what I've learned, I want to build something and be able to teach it. Very simple, you know? And plus the reason I'm building my own charts is, well, for one, I'm a software engineer. I've been doing it for 15 years. I love slinging code. I can't help it. I'm a code monkey. Okay. I just can't help it. Okay. I, most guys my age are not slinging code anymore. Okay, they're like managers, CEOs, or whatever. And I don't want to be no stinking manager behind the desk pushing papers because I enjoy slinging code. I'm going to be probably doing it until I'm 60, 70 years old. I have no idea. Okay, maybe I'll be talking to AI writing applications. Then I have no idea. I don't care. Uh, but what I do know is I've been trading for 10 years, and what I do know is trapped traders are the best stinking thing that you can trade. Okay, we're moving up. We're moving up. We're green bar on the 5 minute. This is very simple trading plan, folks. I'm going to give you a trading plan that is so stinking simple that you could probably teach a monkey to do it. Okay. For one, you got a green bar. You're moving upwards on a 5 minute. Okay. Check. The order flow bar moving average sloping upwards. Check. We're above the moving average. Check. Green bar. Check. Boom. Just little simple stuff to look at that. Okay. Just simple stuff. And then what you can do is you come over here to the 1 minute. We're above the moving average was kind of flatlining. but we traded above it. We closed above it. You had 156 sell orders. 107 of it was one single order. We closed right here. We break that high right there. Okay, you get in on the break of that high right there. You see 66 right there. You break that. You add to the trade, add to your winners, cut your losers, and then you come up here and you see the 56. We're starting to lose steam, and just take yourself 15 points, $300 for the day, and you're done. Um, this happens all the stinking time. It happened twice earlier. So those are about three trades, and you could easily make about $1,000. That's the trading plan. That's it. That's it. There is no stinking anything more simpler than this. Okay. Look at this. Look, you got 156 contracts. 107 of it was one single order. You got 96 positive delta. You look at the 5 minute here. The 5 minute is green. It looked like it took the blue pill. It's going straight up. Okay. You make sure you're green on the 5 minute. Make sure you're above the moving average on the 5 minute. That's a check. Good to go. Above the moving average on the 1 minute. Check. Good to go. You got a trapped seller right there, and we closed above it. If we closed down here, that's a no-go, but we closed above it. You get in on the break of that high, and you get another trapped 66 orders. You break that high. You can add to the position. Your cost average is right here, and you get out right here for about 15 points. You're done. That's it. That's the trading plan. That's the trading plan. Please do not make a trading plan where you need a stinking computer program to tell you to buy or sell and give you little dots or buttons or whatever, or arrows, or yelling at you buy now. Just make it simple. Make it very simple. Just make it simple. Okay. Just make it very simple. What we're looking at, this right here, and this right here is a very, very, very telling tale. This right here is a very telling tale. Let me zoom in on this because this is extremely, extremely important. Okay. This is extremely, extremely important. Okay. Let me go to solid candles. This is extremely important. For one, you had a buy and balance right there. More buyers than sellers. You had a buyer. Okay, good. Green candle, we closed above. But this right here, uh, my settings for this is large volume 50 aggregated. Okay, so this is aggregated for 100 milliseconds. Okay, each bubble is 100 milliseconds aggregated data. This 156 right here, that 156 the number down at the bottom, 156 is total sell orders within 100 milliseconds. 107, which is the top number, 107 contracts on one single order. So that's basically 49 of it was just like pissant orders. 107 single order contract. And some people are saying, well, how can it actually be 107 orders or like 156 in 100 milliseconds when there's not that much volume on the level two order on the books? Okay. Well, for one, the level two is just a snapshot of the market within milliseconds. And these institutions play off the backs of each other. Okay. Banks, institution, market makers, they play off the backs of each other. We don't know if this, because I'm not privileged to get the trade ID. You got to be a big dog to get the trade IDs. You got to be in the big boy club. I'm not in that club, but this right here is very telling. Okay. Very simple trading plan. Very simple trading plan. Very simple. Okay. You could even possibly do it on this one. Okay. I don't like this one. Why? Well, you have 174 buyers, but look where we closed. We closed above it. Okay. We didn't close at it or below it. I really like it when it closed below. If that red candle was closed right here, that'd be a go sign, buddy. That's like $400 move. You still got it. Okay, you still got it, but not ideal. Probably wouldn't take that one. Okay, probably would not take that one. We don't have any trapped buyers. Uh, this one, we closed above it, but we've already moved quite a bit. I mean, this is, you can take it if you want. That's not too big of a loser. That's not that big of a problem. Okay, right here, we're moving down. You got 102 buy. We closed, it looks like we closed right here at it. Okay, so maybe you got yourself about 5 points. You took a little bit of heat right here. Okay, you took a little bit of heat. You took about 8-point heat. maybe you got a 10-point stop up here and then kinda move back down, and once you start, uh, getting up in this area right here, you see all these buyers right here, and you start breaking out, moving up, you get out for about 20 points, okay? You're trying to find trapped buyers and sellers, that's all you're trying to do. Sometimes you gotta sit here and wait for 1 or 2 hours. It was a few weeks ago, I waited for, like, 2 hours and I only got 1 trade. It was a good one, okay? It was a good one. I don't even know what I was doing. It's like 150. If you can just sit at your desk, listen to some music, sit at your desk, listen to some music, have yourself a cup of tea if you like tea. Uh, don't be drinking because then you get all stupid in the brain and you won't be able to trade. Um, and just chill, listen to some music. Don't be take your phone and put it into another room. Okay. Do not get on your phone sitting there and be like, oh man, this is boring. And then all of a sudden you're looking at Facebook, Twitter, TikTok, whatever you want to do. And then all of a sudden you miss a trade. Okay. Don't be doing that. Don't be distractions out and just sit here and wait for stuff like this. I can almost guarantee you. Actually, there is a guarantee. It's $95 for a whole year for this add-on. Okay. You got a 30-day money back guarantee. If you cannot, if you just sit here for like 2 hours and try to make yourself a couple $100, okay, just sit here for a couple hours and make yourself a couple $100. That's just, I mean, the trading plan is very simple. That's probably why I haven't actually put one out there, but I really need to do that. I really need to put the trading plan out there. But the main thing is 5 minute above the moving average. We got a 5 minute green bar. Boom. We good to go. You got 1 minute. You got some major sellers right there 156, 107 of it was single order contract. That's market maker, buyer institutions. You got the close right at it. You get in on the break of that high. You got another idiot that's trying to sell 66 contracts with, and now the moving average sloping upwards, and then you get out for about 15 points. So far, we've had three good ones throughout the day. Three good ones throughout the day. And how long did you have to sit here? About a few hours, 3, 4 hours. Make yourself over $1,000. I don't know how. I mean, how much easier can it stinking be? And let's say you get in on the break of this, where are you going to put your stop? Well, if you get in here and you're already here, and then you start coming down to here, and you're losing the load that you had, you're losing the momentum. You need to get out and just take your stinking 6, 7, 8 point stop out. Okay, don't be letting this stupid stuff. Don't be getting in here. Okay, when you need to be getting out right here and then be like, well, I'm thinking it's going to come down through the moving average and bounce off and it's going to run back up. And then next thing you know, you're down in here. And then the next thing you're taking a stinking 40 point friggin' stop out, but you're not going to be taking a stop out because it's an eval. And you're like, well, it's either go or blow on this one. Yeah, that's not a trading plan. That's just hope trade. You get in here, like we talked about, very simple plan, and you get out right here, and then you come down here because you're holding the stinking trade down here. Now it's a hope trade. Oh, I hope it comes back up to my break even. Come on back up to my break even. I promise I get out. I promise I won't do this stupid stuff again. No, no. Not how it works, folks. Very simple. 5 minute green bar. Boom. Quarter float bar moving average, moving up. Check. Those are amazing. Those basically are the two checks you need to make. 5 minute green bar, okay? It doesn't mean a big, huge green bar. It's just 5 minute green bar, okay? Moving average above it. If the moving average is sloping upwards like that, that's even better. That's a 5-minute check. So the 5 minutes ago. Okay, then come over here. 1 minute. We got a large seller. We closed above it. They're getting caught. You break the high of that, and it's a go. Where you put your stop down here. You get stopped out, that's fine. Move on to the next trade. You just make yourself about 15 points. Earlier, I think you made, what was it, 10 points on 2 trades. That's 20. You get 15. That's 35 points. I mean, let's say you did a 5-point stop out or something. I don't know. That's 30 points. That right there is $600 for the day. Some people be like, well, that's all you get. I want $1,000 a day. Well, let me tell you something. $600 a day on average, if you can average that, that's a six-figure income. That's more than most people make in this country, in America. Don't be listening to these stupid gurus out here driving rented Lamborghinis and Airbnb homes and trying to sell you a $500 course. Turn those idiots off. I'm here to tell you a very simple trading plan that's like three or four bullet points. I mean, two, four, six, like 5 or 6 bullet points. Boom. I can write a stinking program. I can write a stinking program that'd be like, oh, 5 minutes up, order flow bar moving average, check. Boom. Okay, 1 minute we closed above. Oh, we got a large seller within 100 milliseconds. You got most of that, at least let's say over half of that on one single order contract, and we closed at it or above. I can put your big yellow sign up here that says, "Hey, take the stinking trade." But I don't want to do that. I don't want to be putting a big old sign up here. Hey, buy here. I want to teach you so you can go fish your damn self. I just want to teach you so you can catch your own stinking fish, so you can get paid on these prop firms. So you can start building your own personal account with the fake prop firms and start building your own account. So when you do go trade a personal account, because you're sick and tired of the BS of the prop firms and their stupid rules, you can, hey, my money, my rules. You can go trade your personal account. And you know how to trade because you got a very simple trading plan. You just sit there for 2 or 3 hours and you just sit there and wait for maybe a 1 or 2 trades. Make yourself $500-600 average a day. Boom, 6 figures. You want to do more? Well, build your account up and start slinging around 2 minis. Before you know it, maybe in about a year or two, you're slinging around 5 minis, making yourself $200,000-300,000 a year, all because you're consistent with base hits. Yeah, so that's what I'm going to do tonight. I need to work on my API thing. Oh, that's very simple. I just need to do it and test it, and then install video and settings video. Oh, and I need to do. Well, see, I can't really do a video of how I set up my charts because I skip all over the stinking place on. I skip all over the place. Uh, when I'm streaming because we can look at multiple different things. We can look at this footprint charts right here. Some people like trading off footprint charts. Maybe you want to uncheck the heat map. Okay, let's take a look at this. This right here. Let's take a look at this. Whoops. Boom, 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 boom. Okay. We had a buy and bounce right here. Boom, boom, boom. Had nine over 28. Okay. The buy and bounce is 4 with 3 tick levels. That's what I have set in the settings, but we have 54. I can't, what is that? We had 191 sell, 156 of it was within 100 milliseconds, and you had 107 of it, which was in one single order. And then we closed above it. Okay, and then once you're looking to buy the break of the high right there, what you're looking for is on this run up, like 13 over 12. That's not too bad. 9 over 16. Okay, 47 over 43. 26 over something. I don't know what that is. Okay, but that's pretty good. That's pretty good. Okay, and then 47, 43, and then it starts moving up. And we moved up pretty aggressively because you got 4 over 28, 9 over 18, 5, 19, 3, 10. I mean, you got the buyers are daggone taking control. So you stay into the stinking trade. Uh, and then you start coming up into this area. And then you start seeing 47, 104, 103 sell. That right there is a telling tale of, okay, you got some serious sellers starting to step in. Maybe you get out here. I don't know. But then you start seeing 59, 58, 44, 42 right up in here. Okay. And they're starting to even out on the buys. You really need, and once you start breaking this area right here, then you start getting the 50, 120, 47, and then you start seeing that right there. You just got to cut the trade. You're not going to get the whole top and bottom, but you can get a piece of the pie. That's not a problem. That's all you want is just a piece of the pie. You're not looking for the whole move like these YouTube gurus are going to show you later tonight, where they got a 5 to 1 and they pick the top and the bottom. You know, you and I are not as good as those gurus, but we are good enough to get some base hits. We're not as good to get by here and sell up here for 60 points, but we are good enough to find a trap seller and then make yourself 15 points. Consistently. I mean, if you're ticked off about Apex or Bullinox or whatever prop firm about their consistency rule, well, that's just because they need to protect themselves from full port gambling degenerates that will spend $10,000, $20,000 a month to make 30 or 50. Some people are like, hey, that's a good business. It's just a business expense. Well, you are right, but you're not learning how to trade. You're not a trader. You try to go into a real prop firm, they'll friggin' laugh at you. And if that is real trading, then what I will tell these gurus that do the full port uh, gambling style is, okay, if it really works for you, then go ahead and take that $50,000 you make, open open up 10 accounts with real money, real live brokers, 10 accounts, 5,000 each, and then keep doing it. That's all I gotta say. Of course, if you go into a real prop firm like S&B Capital, they'll friggin' laugh at you. They'll be like, "That's your trading plan? Are you friggin' nuts? Are you out of your stupid mind? You think a trader at the desk of Citadel, BlackRock, Goldman do that? You out of your stinking mind? You go into a real prop firm and do that, they're gonna ask you to take a damn drug test." Hey, what's up? Soul Shift. I guess that's it. My MacBook Pro, it's very kind of small. The print's kind of small. I'm on a big OLED screen. I only got one screen. Because I've been a software engineer most of my life, so I'm gonna say most of my life. I'm an old fart. Uh, been slinging code for, oh my god, 20 years, I think. Been trading for about 10 to 12 years. Oh, well, wait a minute, longer than that. 2008, during the financial collapse of 2008 is when I started trading. My uncle got me into it. He's like, "Hey, you're a software engineer. You're making six figures. Why don't you take some of that money and buy some of these stocks that are collapsing?" And I'm like, "Are you stupid?" 18 years. Holy smokes! My God, time goes by. Um, yeah. Holy smokes! Boy, I've been trading this shit that long, huh? I just had a sobering moment. Um, okay, this right here, it's good to show this. It's good to show this. Okay, for one, I don't care what the market's doing. Okay, this was a valid trade. To go in here and then get it and just cut it up here for about 15, 20 points. This is not a good trade, even though we are moving down. Even though we are moving down, did we get news come out? Even though we are moving down, why is this not a good trade of a trapped buyer? Well, for one, we closed up here. We needed to close down here, and then we needed to break that to get it going. Okay. But what we do have is a micro pullback up here. Okay. And with that delta, you look at the delta right there. This delta right here is 54. That delta is 72. This one's like 20 some. I don't know, 22. Okay, you could have gotten in here and put your stop up here. I mean, that's a valid trade, a little micro pullback right there. But I like to see some big seller right there or a big buyer right there get trapped, and then we start trading below and then going down. But you really didn't. You took some heat and you probably got stopped out right there. Okay, there's some things you really don't want to be doing. This one, see, it happens so fast you really can't do shit, man. Okay. Right there, you're up 10 points. You need to start moving to a break even. This shit happens so fast, and you're on a 3 to 5 second delay, so don't be just thinking trying to trade off of my charts. You need to download the add-ons to trade off your own charts. Okay, this just happens so stinking fast. You just can't think. All right, I need to check. We got some news coming out. What the hell's going on? They bombing some more shit. Israel Prime Minister Netanyahu, there is no ceasefire in Lebanon. Jesus Christ! Ah, you just witnessed a meltdown. You just witnessed a meltdown. See, you can almost tell when news comes out, man. You can almost tell, man. You want to know why? Because volume starts kicking in. You got some crazy orders starting to come in, man. And look at this, man. You probably got yourself about $500. Okay, it happens so stinking fast, man. And when it started moving like that, I'm like, wait a minute, news come out? Yeah, news came out. You got Netanyahu smoking dope again, saying, wow, there's a ceasefire. I think we kind of like Lebanon. We're gonna be friends, okay? Yeah, and then all of a sudden, no ceasefire. We're gonna blow your ass up. I mean, come on, man. These friggin' world leaders got to start taking drug tests. You got to start taking. They got to start taking drug tests, man. I think they're all smoking crack or something. All right, let's go over this. Let's go over this. Let's go over this. Okay, let's go over this. For one, we're at 1400. Oh, wait a minute. I just thought I was back in the military. Man, I thought I was back in the Marine Corps. I'll look at it for we're at 1400 hours. Uh, okay, here we go. All right, so we got big red candle. right there, boom, big red candle. We start moving down. We're down below the moving average. Checker, checker, checker. There's two checks. Check, check, boom. Okay, we're below the 1 minute moving average. Uh, Roger that. And then we got some idiots that want to buy 101. I think that looks like 80 some. I don't know. 27 of it single order contract. That's a retailer institution. You don't have retailers slinging around 20, 27 stinking minis. So we closed right at it. Okay. And then we get a break of that low. Where are you going to put your stop? Well, we kind of came up here. We opened up, kind of came up here. You can put your stop up there if you want. You can put your stop up here. I don't know. You can put your stop way up here if you really think to want to. But normally I'd probably put my stop right up in here because if we reclaim this area, you'll probably come back up to the moving average. But then you buy right here, boom, you see a little delta surge of 100, and there's your delta surge right there. You got 129 contracts. If you start trading above that, you need to start selling half and moving to a break even. Then you got this. You keep moving down here. You come down here. You got 112 right there. We start trading above that. You got 133. We start trading above that. You really need to get the heck out and just take 20 points and move along for the day. Did you get all that? Did you get all that? Did you get all of that? Man, look at that. You see, all you gotta do is just sit on your butt. Just sit on your butt and just wait. Don't be clicking buttons. Click, 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 click. Buy, sell, buy, sell, buy, sell. No, have a trading plan. Have a trading plan that a monkey can follow. Okay, a monkey can follow this. You open up here. You're trading down in the green candle. You're below the moving average. Check. Okay, green light. Monkey says we got green light on 5 minute. Come over here to 1 minute. Moving average sloping down. We got some stupid large buyers up in here. And then we close at it right here or below it. If we close below it, that's even better. And then you get on the buy right here. They start reclaiming the area. They reclaimed it right here. They start trading up above this. Oh, guess what? You get yourself about 20 points, $400. Okay. I mean, you gotta make a plan. You gotta make a trading plan that a monkey can follow. Okay. And also you do gotta trade like a monkey because if you get in here and you see the profits down here and you start seeing 112, 133, well, a monkey sees a banana, a monkey's gonna take a banana, and you gotta peel some off. So you peel off about, let's say, half of your contracts, peel off some of that banana, let the other half run. You see, it's very simple, folks. Trading's not that stinking difficult. Okay, trading's not that difficult. You can even take the moving average and take it off the stupid chart for all I care. Take it off the chart. Put this to a solid candle. Okay? I don't even have the option to remove the delta. Maybe I need to do that. Take the delta off. Don't even look at the delta. Don't even look at the delta. Okay, don't even look at the delta. 5 minute red candle, we're moving down. Check. 1 minute. Oh, look at this. Look at this. I can even tell that we're moving down. I don't even need a stinking moving average to tell me that. I think we're moving down. Okay, that's good. We got some stupid buyers up here and we're kind of sloping downwards and we closed right here and then we get on the break of them little crazy buyers and we come down here and start taking half about 30 points. Check. Very simple, folks. Very simple. You can just sit here and wait. Just let all the numbers go by and just sit here and wait. That's all you got to do. Just sit here and wait. Just sit here and wait. Are all these trap sellers? No. Why? Well, because it's kind of sloping down. And like I always say, this is what the market does. The market likes to move down, likes to go into balance mode, piss off a lot of new traders. It searched for value, found it to the downside. We had a nice little auction. Then what did we do? We moved to the downside. Okay, the value of the market, they found value to the downside. Then more than likely, we're going to balance around. Okay, are we going to move back down more? I have no idea. I just followed the money. I just followed the money that's being slung into the market. Do I care about 63.59? Not really. Do I care about 112 and 103 buyers when I'm short up here because we got a trapped buyer and a 1 minute candle? that closed below it, and we got a 5 minute that's red. Yeah, I do care about the hundreds right up in here. Yes, I do. That's why you need to start covering. Very simple plan. Very simple plan. Okay, very simple plan. We got some offers sitting up here. You got 1,000. That's got to be a stinking spoofer. Uh, that's 102,000 sitting on the offer up there, about 205. That's a stinking spoofer. Spoof alert! Spoof alert! Spoof alert! Spoof alert! Good yourself, spoofer. Come on, get up there. I'd love to get on up there. Get on up there. I want to see. I want to see if that shit gets filled. Yeah, yeah. There's a lot more videos I need to throw up there. I need to. I have no idea. It could actually fill all of them and give yourself about 500 buy orders, and it can move up. The one thing that you really want to do is when you see 100,000 up there, more than likely it's a stinking spoofer. But when you do get up into this area, let's say you get up into this area right here, and you start seeing like 100, 200, 300. You start seeing a lot of green bubbles. I mean, and they're big and they're large and in charge, and they ain't going nowhere. They're not moving it up. More than likely, they're getting absorbed and they're going to move back down. Okay. What you do like to see is them getting filled and then moving back up here and staying up here. And then look, just because you see the big volume doesn't mean to buy or sell. And you get a close above here, then you can get in on the break of that high. Okay. That's the kind of stuff you're looking for. If you come up here and you start seeing large buy orders, buy bubbles, and it's like 50, 75, 100, 150, 200, and they're not breaking through, and we're actually kind of ticking down a little bit, maybe ticking back up, but they're not breaking through. That's absorption. That means that means there could be a big institution with an iceberg order that's just filling it, and then the buyers say screw this, I'm out, and then they sell, and then we move back down. Kind of like what I showed up in here on this. Let me go back to order flow bars. Let me go back to, if you go to orderflowbars.com and you create a membership and you go to your profile, okay, click on view products. That'll be done later. Go to education. Okay. And then you want to look at how 500 contracts can trade without with level two showing 20. That's a very interesting video. I explain all this. Trapped trading trapped sellers on absorption. This is a very, very good one. I'm going to be doing a lot of, once I start live recording my trades and stuff, I'll be able to commentary a lot of them. Okay, for trap traders and sellers. The only thing I can really say is just go ahead. I'll be live streaming from time to time, and just go ahead and listen in. You'll learn a lot. After about a month listening to me, if you can withstand my crazy ass, you'll learn quite a bit and you'll be able to start catching your own fish. We found value to the downside, and we're kind of moving in this area right here. It's just kind of like a balanced market. Like I say, it's a balanced market. Yeah, where's your 1,000 now, you little spoofer? Where are you at? You're nowhere to be found. You got 70 up, 78 up there. Yeah, that's what I figured. But here's the thing. That was a banker institution throwing around 1,000. Okay, there was 1,000 resting orders. There was a lot of resting orders. Okay, and to be able to throw in stuff like that, and that could be multiple institution market maker. Who knows? But I mean, you got, in order to put in a buy or sell order, you got to have the capital to do it. It's just kinda like them people showing like, "Oh, yeah, they're not even up here anymore." Okay, whatever. They're not even up there anymore. But the market balanced area, okay, found to the downside, found value to the downside. Where we're at, we're in a balanced market area. This is just basic auction market theory because you have your buyers, you have your sellers, you have some buyers here, you might have some sellers up here. It's just basic auction market theory. And also, what you really got to look at is this delta right here. You got negative 35, you got positive 71 and positive 70. It's definitely climbing. Okay, it's definitely climbing. Does that mean you buy right here? No. Okay, you don't buy right there. And if you do buy a breakout, you need to have this delta surging as we're coming into the breakout. Okay, as we're coming into the breakout area, that delta needs to surge. Okay, so we closed above the order flow bar moving average. We got a green on the 5 minute. Uh, you got a heat map right there. I do the moving average because that's pretty good to keep people in line. Keep them in line. Uh, yeah, I mean, I've been going live for quite a bit for, I wouldn't buy this. You want to know why? Well, for one thing, look at the stinking delta on the current 1 minute. But right here, 83, 165, but we had 54 buy and we closed below it. You know, that's just showing a little bit of absorption because you had those resting offers right there and they got absorbed and we closed down. So, and plus we got a wick forming. So that's a stinking no go. You got to be picky about your trades, man. You got to be picky, okay? You got to be picky. See what I talk about? Balanced market area, up, down, up, down, up, down. If you want to play it, you can play it, okay? If you want to play this up, down, when it would go down right here and you got that buyers right there, go ahead and scalp yourself like 10 points. That's perfectly fine. But you got to be disciplined enough to know when you buy this and you're wrong and you got no support down here, you need to get out. You know, self discipline will get you a long ways in trading. Okay, we got some large resting bids right here. We got about 800 of them. Probably a stinking spoofer too. Spoof alert! Spoof alert! You got about 850 right there. You got about 850 sitting on the bid right there, and you got nothing up here on the offer. It's 220. You should be done for the day, to be quite honest. You should have made your money in early morning or a little bit after lunch when we had those couple of trades, and then be done for the day. If you got this trade, you seriously need to be done for the day. Don't be giving money back. My word, have some self discipline. The market the market give you the opportunity to take that money. You need to keep that money and not give it back to the market. You got some wicks up here, okay? You got the wick right there. That's a little bit of absorption. But look at the 5 minute. If you look at the 5 minute, big auction area. Okay. We're down here at the low, kind of like where we were right here. Okay. Could we trade back up in this area for about another 50 points? Yeah, we possibly could. I don't know. We got a lot of wicks up here on the 5 minutes. I'm not really don't like that. I like seeing stuff like this. Nice green candle, small red, solid green, kind of like with a little bit of wick, solid green. That's what you like to see. Is stuff like that, not a wick, a wick, a wick, a wick. That's not what you want to see. Even though you got some large buyers right here for support to move to the upside, because if they're going to sell, they need to churn through all those buyers right there. Okay, you got 81 that came slinging into the market. So this is not an area you really want to be trading. Okay, you want to be trading. See, here's the thing. You're not looking to get a move from here to here and get yourself 60 points. Like I said, we're not as good as these gurus later this evening. But are we good enough to get here and then cover here and get ourselves like 25 points? Yeah. Can we get ourselves maybe 25%, half of the move? Yeah. We're definitely good enough to do that. We're not as good as the hindsight gurus uh, to get the whole move. We're not that good. Okay, what are we gonna do on this friggin' 800 bid right here? This 850 bid. Okay, you see how it came down and then it immediately reversed and went straight back up aggressively. That's telling you the buyers are willing to push it up. Let's look at it again. Boom, we got filled. You got 700. You got about 1,000 sell contracts. If they actually hold this area, what they need to do is they need to hold this area right here. If they hold this area and we can close up in here, then all those 1,000 contracts got absorbed. If they start trading down into this area, selling and holding it, then no, it's not absorption. It's more movement to the downside. If we trade down in here and we aggressively go back up here, the thing which you want to see is you want to see aggressive. Okay, there's a lot of selling. Okay, it seems like they're holding it off. They need to refresh the bids right here. They need to keep refreshing the bids, keep pushing them up. There's a lot of absorption for these sellers. If these sellers are not going to get rewarded, they're going to say, screw this crap, and they're going to cover, and it's going to be a shoot up. Okay. If you got in on this, you're looking for a move up here. Where's your stop? Your stop's down here. Okay. So that's about a 6 point stop. Probably make about 12 points. It's like a 2 to 1. Okay. I normally like to see a close of a candle. Okay. I like to see a close of a candle. Okay. The thing is, what you have to understand, and this is a very, very aggressive area right here, and these sellers are not getting rewarded. You had 978 sell contracts, 700 contracts in one order. That is a bank institution, a market maker. And we're talking serious institution. We're talking BlackRock, Goldman, Citadel. You ain't got no stinking regular institutions slinging around that kind of thousand ass contracts. Okay, you don't have that. 966. This is tick merged to 4, so there's more down in here. I just tick merge it because NQ trades like a squirrel hyped up on Red Bull. Uh, Boom! Look at that, aggressive. What did I say? Comes up here for comes up to the moving average. Yeah. uh, This is aggressive. we got a delta surge. We got a delta surge on this one. If we close above here, it's going to be good night for them 1,000 sell contracts. If we close up above in this area, it's good night for them. That could be a short squeeze. That could be easily a short squeeze. That could easily be a short squeeze all the way up to about 50 points. But we need to close. We cannot get down into this area. You cannot get down into this area. You need to start seeing some large prints on them bids to hold them sellers off. You got 40, you got 26, 59, you got 42. There's still a pretty big battle. If you got in here, you needed to have taken some profits right up in this moving average. Okay. Um, and the thing is, with all this crap going on with Iran, this thing could shoot off past your stock market and blow you out like it did me the other week. It blew an eval. I was slinging around 3 minis. I took profit, and then it blew me out and it just slaughtered me like a pig. But this is major absorption right here, major absorption right there. Okay. I was not expecting this at all. You got 978 cells, 700 of it is one single stinking order. That's the biggest single order I've seen in a very, very long time. If they don't get rewarded, and here's the thing, they're going to protect this. This bank or institution that's slinging around that kind of size, they're going to protect it. Okay. They're going to protect their profits right now, right now, in on that. You're looking for a nice move, but you got to understand if you break that, it's good night. It's good night. See, they're going to protect this. If you start trading down in this area, you have to get the heck out. You got some serious size right there that's getting absorbed. It might take you two or three tries to get it to get the runner, A- and you might be like me and miss it. Earlier this week, I missed one. Got out a little too early and it squeezed out on me. Not like this stinking size though. Okay, you got some serious sellers. They're still defending that area. You got to look at the volume profile. You got a lot of volume up in this area. Okay, if we lose this area, the next area is right up in here. I mean that right there, about 30 points. It's about $600-800 loss. This squeeze is taking a little too long. This ain't a squeeze. This is taking a little too long. I don't like this. Something's up. We had bad news about Netanyahu saying he ain't going to drink a beer with Lebanon. So Netanyahu wanted to be friends with Lebanon. Now we're not friends. They need to drug test these world leaders. Um, this is taking too long. I don't like this. This is taking too long. It needs to really take off. It really needs to take off. Come on, man. It really needs to take off. Look at that delta. Okay. Then you had, look at that delta, 196. Then we started having a shift in delta. Okay. That candle right there, that candle, you could have tried to get in up in this area and then tried to take some profits here and leave a runner, and you would have gotten stopped out. Okay. You would have gotten stopped out. But I just don't like this. This is taking too long. Plus, we got negative news. People are not interested in buying with this Netanyahu telling Lebanon to get lost. This is just not good. It's taking too long. Plus, I'm starting to see some big prints on these sellers. You're starting to see some big prints on sellers. You got 35.57, 38. You got 20.16. You really, if you want to see this get squeezed, we need to start seeing Delta really climbing. I mean, we're talking 2, 3, 400 Delta positive, and it ain't doing it. In order to take this person out, in order to take this out, you need some serious institution that's willing to run this market up. Other than that, get out a small profit or break even. I do not like this for some reason. I do not like this. It's taking way too long. Look at this delta. It's just basically neutral. I don't like this. I'll start looking at the delta on a 5 minute. I start looking at the delta on a 5 minute. Okay, you got these right here. You got some serious selling right there that got absorbed. 700 single order contract. You got 978. Okay, right here. I mean, this is taking a little too stinking long for this squeeze to happen. That's why I don't like it. If you got in here, you need to have been taking your profits up in here. This is taking too long, or get out with a break even. I don't like it. It's taking too long. You got a 5 minute spinning top right there. You got, it looks like an inside bar that's forming. You got 112 positive buy-in coming in here. You got a buyer, but you need to step up more than just thinking 112 or 50 buy-in. You got 1,000 sellers right there that you need to absorb. You need to get your shit together there, buyers, if you're going to move this thing up. You need to get your shit together, buyers. If you're going to move that up, you need to get it together because this ain't getting it together. Okay, look at the 5 minutes. See all this negative delta right here? Okay, that I don't like. I don't like. That's why I said I have not liked this move. I have not liked it. I liked it when we got absorbed. I really liked it when we were up in this area. I really liked it on this candle to buy, and then we got the wick here. We got a little crap candle, another wick. You need to just cut the trade. I just don't like it. You got negative news about Netanyahu telling Lebanon that there ain't no deal. Um, You got Israel that says there's the deal. You got Israel that says there's not a deal. You got Iran that says there ain't no deal. You got Iran that says the ceasefire. You got blah blah blah. You got Trump running around saying, "I want to make a deal, man. I want to make a deal. I got a big beautiful deal for you." I mean, come on. Drug test all these world leaders and let's get this uh, world back in order. Yeah, so I did like this because we had huge absorption. Huge absorption. Here's the thing: when you see absorption like this, you see absorption like this, then you see a spike down here. Some people get nervous thinking we're going to run right back down. What they need to do is not get in right here. Okay. You need to look at when you get huge absorption like this, you need to look at the speed of the tape of we came down fast. Did we come up just as fast and reclaim that area? Okay, that is showing strength of the buyers willing to step it up. Okay, okay, hold on. I'm getting quiet. All right, we could have a move here. All right, all right, all right. We could have a move here. Got to look at the 5 minute on the delta right there. We got positive 60 delta. We really, really need to start seeing this surge. If you really want to try and get a squeeze, you got to put your stop down here about 20 points. If you're willing to do that, that's fine. If you're trading one mini, and that's too much size for you, go it jump down to micros. Okay, we got close above. That's probably it's only 50. It's only 50. I'm thinking if we break this area right here, we don't have nothing up here on the books. Okay. If we break that area, you could probably get a squeeze to 20 points. Um, Sell you some and move to a break even. And that's the thing. If you're slinging around 1 mini, that's all you can sling around. And go ahead and go to 10 micros. Peel about 4 or 5 micros off on up top when you get about 20 points if you can get up there, and then just move to a break even, man. Now, you don't need to be slinging around minis. There ain't there getting a full stop out on a mini, getting slaughtered like a pig is not sexy. I know everybody likes trade the N cube because it's sexy, it's volatile, you know. It's it, it's like dating that hot woman or girl, but they're friggin' crazy as hell. You gotta find yourself a good woman like I did, something that's little stable, like ES, a little stable, thickly traded market. Man, it's taking too stinking long. The only thing I do like about this is that we closed up above here and we're still above here. Okay, that right there is pretty good go sign. Okay, that's pretty good go sign. And again, how big do you want your stop? About 20 points? Well, you can. If you made decent profits, do not don't be crazy and give it all back on this stupid trade right here. Okay, just go down to micros and get yourself a nice little winner. Okay, this be a go right here. This be a go sign for me. Go some, put your stop down here. If you can't trade that much size, go in half your size right here. If we get a spike and a squeeze, that's good. If we come down here and it starts moving in your favor, you can average down and put your stop down here, and then your full size is right there in the middle. These are the kind of things you need to think about. Okay. These are the types of things you really need to think about. You got 102 buy right there. If we start moving up above that 46 to 102, this could be good. Nope, got taken out. We got 84, 61 over 8. We got 50 over 52 over 0. We got 68 right there. We got 92 over 71, 93 over 74, 68, 28. Boom. Look at that. Look at that. Look. You see how aggressive they came down? You see how aggressive they were? Okay, we got on the previous 1 minute, you got 90 delta right there. You got about 90 delta right there. You got these shorts right here. They're about 20 points. They're taking some heat. They're going to get the shit squeezed out of them now. Yep, yep, yep. You got about 25 points right there. Don't let a winner turn into a loser. Remember what I said about this one? That was a go sign for me. Don't let a winner turn into a loser. That was a go sign for me, and we're up here. When we start trading back down here, I'm taking my 15 points, half, move to a break even, protect it. Because if this was a real squeeze, they'd be going. You got 105 sell contracts. Okay. If they start losing that, then they're going to be rethinking their situation. It's probably this institution market maker that bought all that crap. It's probably them trying to save some of it. I have no idea. I'm just trying to think through it. Yeah, I'd be selling half and just moving to a break even, to be quite honest. Because if this was a real good short squeeze, this would have already happened by now. And take a look at the 5 minute. At your current situation on the 5 minute, you got a heck of a lot of negative delta, man. Look at that, heck of a lot of negative delta. Okay, on the current 5 minute, if you're losing this area right here with all that positive, big positive delta right there. You know, you can easily come back down, and that ain't much delta right there. But you start losing that delta, you're coming back down here. Okay, that's just not something you want to be doing. Okay, that's not something you want to be doing. If you miss this trade, that's perfectly fine, because it happens so quickly. But the good thing is, you once you experience a handful of these, you'll get the hang of it. You'll get the hang of it. You just experience a handful of them. You'll get the hang of it. Ain't no big deal. You'll get the hang of it, man or woman, whatever you want to be. Don't matter to me. I don't care what you want to be. Let me mind my own business. Let me mind my own business. All right, here we go. We got the living shit squeezed out of them shorts right there. Boy, it took forever, man. It took forever. Okay, I said I liked it here. Then I didn't like it. Break even. Then I said, oh, it's a go sign for me. And then all of a sudden we come up here, you got to sell half and move to a break even. Your break even is right there. You know, got them shorts. Them shorts going to get the shit squeezed out of them. Look at that little micro pullback there on 23. Yep, they got the shit squeezed out of them. Uh-huh. Yeah, boys. Why are you so stupid down there trying to buy because Netanyahu says there is no deal with Lebanon? Uh-huh. Then you got all excited, and then you got them $1,000 sell orders. Now look at you. Now look at you. Now look at you. You got the dog crap squeezed out you. And you got to think about this. You got 1,000 okay, 700, 709 of it. Let's just say 700. Okay, 700. You better be out. 700 of it. Okay, 700 of it. One single contract of 978, 700 of it. 1 point is $20. 1 point. So 1 point move, and it moves $14,000. You times that by a 25-point move, that's $350,000. It's $350,000 that institution is sitting on there on a loss, a $350,000 loss. I do not care. I know these institutions got a lot of money, but they ain't going to be sitting there taking about $500,000 stop out. Okay. And also another thing you have to understand is that there are traders trading their money at their desks, and they have risk limits. Okay. They don't want the risk desk calling them up saying, why the hell are you taking a $250,000 stop out? You're friggin' done for the day. Go home. You got to think about these situations. That's why they get the crap squeezed out of them, because they don't want to hold it. That's what I'm just assuming. Now, this just seriously could be an institution that's willing to take a hell of a lot of heat, because they're thinking we're going to have that big gap fill maybe next week, a month from now. We don't know. I'm just trying to put the odds in my favor. That's all I'm trying to do. And the reason I said this is a go sign for me, okay, I liked it here, okay, but the problem is that moving average was still sloping down, okay, but I did like it here because I thought we were going to get a squeeze because we had that positive delta. We had that positive delta right there, so I thought we were going to get the squeeze, and we didn't, okay, popped up. Maybe it moved itself to a break even that got to get that squeeze. Maybe not. Okay, but what I did like is when we closed right here and we had that positive delta. Okay, look at the delta. Look at the delta there. Positive delta, we closed above it. Look where we closed, above the moving average. Okay, I kind of liked it there. Okay, you really need to buy it when it starts breaking right there. You get a nice green bar and we're starting to move up on the moving average. You're not looking for the whole stinking move from here to here. Come on, we're not as good as the hindsight gurus later this evening. We're not that good. But are we good enough to go from here to here and get ourselves 15 points? Yeah, we're that good. You see what I said earlier about the 5 minute? You see what I said earlier about the 5 minute? Let's look at the 5 minute. Remember what I said? Remember what I said? Where were we? I don't know about losing this area and then coming back down to here, and that's what we did on this bar. I get all excited about short squeezes. I really do. I get all excited, man. I get all excited. I get all up on my desk. I'm leaning back on my desk. And most of the time, I'm leaning back on my desk. I got my chair and I'm leaning back and I'm like, yeah, yeah, yeah. And all of a sudden, we see this, and all of a sudden, I told you, I told y'all, I said that's a go sign for me. And as soon as we actually came down here and we filled those 1,000 orders, I woke up. I was asleep. I was asleep and I woke up. I woke up. I'm like, oh my God, it's go time, baby. It's go time. I mean, it was like when I saw them orders fill, I woke the hell up. I was like, oh, it's go time, baby. It's go time. Then I was like, chop, 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 chop. And I was getting frustrated. Then I said, oh, it's go time for me, baby. Boom. It's only $300. 30-point move. Stinking squeezed my ass. Uh, and then I was up here. I know I was up here. I know I was up here. When it came up here, I know I was yelling, squeeze the shit out of them. I know I was yelling that. I get all excited about these short squeezes because I'm going to tell you, I've been in some of them that, oh, it's like a beautiful day. Did I take a trade here? No. Why? Because I had my order execution closed out because I made my money for the day, and it's like around 2 o'clock. Most of the time, I give money back, so I just closed out my order execution window. So I don't get tempted to take trades. If you make your money in the morning and you're good to go, don't be pushing your luck. Because I look at my stats and most of my money is made from 9:30 to 11:30. That's where most of my money is made, 9:30 to 11:30. And when I do trade late afternoon, sometimes I'll leave my order execution window open. And if I do trade late in the day, I will downsize big. Like if I'm trading 2 or 3 minis, I'll trade 1 mini or just like 5 micros because I do not. If I make, like, let's say I make $500,000 in the morning, I, I just won't. And then after lunch, I'll be like, okay, if I want to keep trading because I'm bored, I ain't got nothing to do, then I'll just go to micros. I do not like giving the money back. There's a lot of times on stream and you'll hear me and be like, okay, yeah, I missed this trade because I closed out my order execution window. But this is a very hard one to trade because you have the wick here and the wick here. This was not, and I kept saying, all in this whole area right here, I kept saying, I don't like it. I don't like it because it's taking too long. I don't like it. I don't like it. Um, but then when I said, hey, it's a go sign for me, that was on this candle right here. I remember saying it was a go sign for me. That was that candle right there. And then when we came up and we started losing steam, I said, "Well, you gotta be selling half and moving to a break even." I thought we'd get bigger one than this. So it's 250. I don't trade power hour just because most of my money is made in the morning, and I just close out my order execution. Yeah, the only thing I can say is, I mean, if you didn't blow the account, all I can say is try to just sit back and look for trap traders like this. When you got a 5-minute green candle moving up and you close above the 1-minute moving average, start taking trades like this. Okay. And just get some nice base hits like 10, 15 points and just start grinding it back up. With consistency, you'll have no problem. And uh, earlier this week, I had a my one of my funded accounts for Bullnox got hit pretty hard. That's just the way it is. Um, but you really got to keep your losses small. Like, let's say you make $600 in the morning. Okay, let's say you make $600 in the morning. Let's say you downsize and start trading micros, and you start trading in the late afternoon, and you're up $600. If you get back $200, you really need to stop. But most people don't have the self discipline to even do that. They want to make back the 200 that they thought the market took from them, but they actually gave it to the market. But you gotta have self discipline to stop. That's why I have self discipline to know in the late afternoon, I usually lose money in the late afternoon. That's just me. I usually lose money. That's why I close out my order execution window because by the time I see a setup and I open it back up and get things set back up, it's too late. Right now, I only got two windows open: this 5 minute and this 1 minute. That's all I have. You can have like the profile. Let's look at the profile, see how that's shaping up for today. We got NQM6. NQM6. We'll do real time trading hours. History, let's do 25. We'll do 5 minutes, and we'll do 64 merge on the bars. Okay. Yeah, we got a big, huge gap right here. Okay. I mean, you got on this right here, you got the overnight low that was here. We have not even filled this area yet. Are we? Yeah, we could. Are we going to do it tomorrow? I have no idea. I thought we would have filled it yesterday, and I thought for sure we would fill it today. We haven't. When we lose that area right there, where are we at? 2,500. Yeah, we're right here at the point of control. This is RTH. 25,200 area. I don't know. I mean, it's already late in the day. It's like a 20-point move, but we're already late in the day. This this is not even a squeeze. I mean, that's only 20 points. That's not. I thought for sure we'd go about another at least 50 points up. I thought for sure we'd at least come up here to about 60 points. I mean, we didn't even come close to that. I thought for sure we'd at least come up to here about 60 points, but we didn't come close to it. We're still in this area right here. You had 1,000 contracts come in here, 700 one order. I mean, that was some massive chops and wicks right there. That's why I didn't like it. But then once we had a nice solid green candle closed above here with a kind of small wick, and we had the delta that was right there, I was thinking, okay, this could be it. That's a go sign for me because the risk down here, I mean, that's kind of a small risk to be taking, like 15 points and then making about 15. That's a 1-to-1. But I was thinking of getting up here and making 50 points. We never got up there. And we still got sellers coming in here. You got 105, 60, 64, 66, 50. You know, you got 100, what is it, 200 of them sitting on the offer up there? Yeah. You got 220 sitting on the offer up there. Oh, now they're gone. um, this chart doesn't go back that far. Oh, here's one. All right, let me because it's getting into 3 o'clock. It's power hour. I don't trade power hour. I lose most of my money there. About 1 o'clock, about 1:30. Okay, and you got to understand if you make your money in the morning, you got to do what I do, like trade micros. Okay, don't give your money back. Make your money in the morning. Do not give it back. When I start trading after lunch, I switch. If I'm trading one or two minis, I'm switching to 5 to 8 micros. Okay, that's just the way it is. On normal market conditions, when we don't have crazy news coming out like we do, you know, 2 to 3 minis. That's fine. I scale in, scale out. But you got to understand, this is late afternoon on micros. Okay, because if you already make your money, you don't want to give it back. And if you do give some of it back, you got to know when to quit. But the reason I took it is because the 5 minute was shooting up here. Let's look at this. This was like around 1:30. Okay, so let's look at 1:30 up in here. 1:30 was this candle right here. Okay, it was green. Okay, it was right here. It was green. It had 156 orders right here. 156. So the 5 minute was green. That's what you want to look for because you want me to explain this. You look for a 5 minute green candle that is above the moving average. Boom, that was above the moving average. We're sloping upwards. We had a little pullback on the 5 minute. So we're up in this area. So it is definitely green. So you have a green candle here. You have a buyer that comes in. It's above the moving average. This is Heiken Ashi data smoothed out with the 9 exponential moving average. That's how I wrote that. And then we had 156 sellers come in. 107 of it was one single order. We closed right here because I can barely see it through the opacity of the bubble. So when you break the high right here, you get in. You put your stop down here because if you start trading below this, more than likely you're going to possibly keep going down. So your stop is roughly about 10 points. That's about a pretty decent stop. 10 to 20 points. 20 points is my max. So you get in on the break of that. Now, I did not add to this trade. Normally I do, but market conditions we're in, you don't. And then you get up here for about 15 points, okay? Because you have a trapped seller when the market is moving up on the 5 minute and it's shifting on the 1 minute and you closed above the moving average, it starts shifting. And then you look up here and then you've got a wick up here, you got a little spinning top, you start closing it below that, plus you got the seller there, and you just get out. You just take your 10, 15 points and get out. You're not looking to make a move from here to here for 50 points, like some of the gurus tonight will show you. And then you have to buy their $500 course. But what I am good enough to do is get half that move for about 15. I'm not good enough to get about 60, 50 point, this move, but I am good enough to get the base hits. Okay. Because you got to think about this. The way I like to trade is, back in the day, I used to trade low float pump and dumps. Those little pieces of crap pump and dump stocks, low floaters, and news comes out, you get in, you take your money, you get out. That's why I trade with hotkeys because back then that's what I traded with hotkeys pre-market. Okay, you don't have market orders, you got limit orders on that, so you really got to be quick. Um, you got to think about this. You closed here and you got 156 sell contracts. They're off sides. Okay. They're off sides. Plus, if you look at the books, there's really nothing there. Okay. You got these little 30s right there. Okay. There's really nothing there on the heat map. That's why you get in. Uh, and also, you got to think about this. You're getting in on the break of this. We opened up, getting in on the break of this. We opened up here. We kind of moved back down. As soon as you get in on the break of that right there, the only heat that you took is that candle right there, which is like 1.5 points. And you're immediately green 6 points, immediately green 10. As soon as I'm immediately green like 5 or 10 points, I'm moving to a break even immediately, especially in the conditions we're in now. Immediately, okay? And then as soon when I see a huge pop like this, because I've been trading for 10 years, when I see a huge pop from here to here, I am immediately selling half. Immediately. When I see a big red candle like that, immediately selling half because that's what I did for the low float pump and dump pieces of crap. You got 120 sitting on the bid right there. But that's what I did for the low float pieces of crap. You get a pop because think about this. This moving average, if you look at it, the stock likes to trade around this moving average, this Heikin-Aschke non-EMA. It likes to trade. It's a nice moving average, and when you're sloping upwards, you can get in. It's sloping upwards. That's telling you it's a go sign. Are you good enough to get down in here and get out here? No. But you should be good enough to get in here because you got a trapped seller and put your stop probably down in here if you want to. Put it right there if you want to. I mean, that right there is like a 7 point stop and you make yourself roughly about 15. That's pretty daggone good. You know, we're not as good as the hindsight YouTube gurus out here selling $500 courses. We're not that stinking good. I've been trading for 10 years and I ain't that stinking good to buy highs and lows. But you can do this all day long. I wouldn't say all day long. Trapped traders happen. And I'm going to tell you something. These institutions get trapped just as much as the regular retail traders do, okay? I think last week I showed you uh, some of the profits I was making, and I passed an eval on the stream, and I showed you and everything. You know that's good. Uh, I'm trading low size because of the market condition And also sometimes I trade a personal account, which I'm not trading because as soon as that Iran war's over, then I'll go back to my personal account. But like we said earlier, market sells off. And also, here's another thing. I didn't take this one because it was done. Once you make once you make your money, you're done. This trade right here was really decent. Uh, how come? Oh, that's why. So this was around 1410, maybe 1405, or is 1405? 1405, 1405, somewhere around in here. 1405. I think it was this one. Uh, you got 101 buy orders. Where's that 101? Somewhere around in here. 101 right there. So there's 101 right there. We're in a big red sell candle, 5 minute big red sell candle, right? You're not going to make the move from here to here and get yourself 60 points. You're not that good. Okay. But what you can do is you're looking at a 5 minute that's friggin' selling off bigger than crap. What you can do is understand that the moving average sloping downwards. The 5 minute was moving down. 5 minute red candle was moving down. We're below that moving average right there. We're below the moving average right here. What you can do is you open up here and you close right here, and you had 100 and some buyer right there, and we closed right at it. On this candle here, once you start breaking that area right there, you can get out. Where you can get in. Where do you get out? Well, once you start seeing that 112 and you see that 103 and this starts climbing up in this area, you need to just get out and take your 20 points and move on for the day. Okay. These trades happen all the time. They happen at least once every single stinking day. They happen. It's just a matter of you having the discipline to sit here and wait for them to happen. Uh, let's take a look at this one. Uh, Let's take a look at this one. Let's get rid of the heat map here. Okay, let's take a look at this one. This one's not very. Come on, man. Where am I now? I'm lost because it's gotten too big. Okay, this one is not all that good. It's at 3 o'clock. Where's 3 o'clock? 3 o'clock is right here. We had 110 seller, which was this one right here, but we opened up here, and so we're moving up, and we're in a green candle, and the 5 minute is above. So that's a check. That's a check. It's a 2 point check. Green candle moving up on the moving average, above the moving average, moving up. Green candle in the 5 minutes, 2 point check for the 5 minute. You're good to go. So right here we had a delta surge. We had the surge right up here, and we closed above that surge. Man, I do like that because I normally buy on the breaks of that. But look what we had. We had 110. We had 110 sellers right there that come into the market. So we had 110 come in there trying to sell within 100 milliseconds. But we closed above it. Those 110 sell contracts are trapped on a 5 minute bar moving upwards, yeah, that's a go sign for me. And then you get a break of that and you come up here. Okay, this is good to understand because you come up here, you're thinking you're going to move all the way up here and get yourself another 20, 25 point move, make yourself $500, but you don't. Look what happened. We had 132 sell and we got a wick. We have 65 buy and we're moving down and we closed right here. But you're in right here and we start closing, you need to take your 5 points and move on. I'm dead serious. You just need to move on. Because for one, what are you going to do? Get shaken out on this one and lose $200? No. You got to have some self discipline. If you don't have self discipline, you're not going to make it. Boom, here we go again. Here we go again. We got a buy and balance. We have 61 sellers off sides. Okay, you got 61 sellers off sides. I don't know where that 61 is up here. I can't see it. And then we closed above it. We got the 5 minute candle. We got a 5 minute candle that's moving up. We got the moving average moving up. Check, check. Two checks right there. Pretty simple. Pretty simple trading plan. Pretty daggone simple. We got 61 sellers. Not a whole lot, but you got a buy and balance, which is pretty nice. And you got the moving average sloping upwards. So what do? You buy on the break of that. You come up here, you got yourself about 7 points, okay? You really don't have anywhere that's stomping out. You got some sellers right there. So if you got right here, and more than likely, I would have gotten shaken out. Quite honest, I would have gotten shaken out, okay? Because when I see this wick right here, and then I see this inside bar right here with those sellers, I'm cutting the stinking trade. You want to know why? Because I don't want it to come all the way down here and lose $300. If I'm wrong, I can always get right back in. I can get right back in here. Okay, the break even trade with the commission, maybe a little bit of slippage. Maybe I lose 20 bucks right there. It's a hell of a lot better than 300 down here. You know, commissions and slippage is a heck of a lot cheaper than a stinking full stop out. But it's 3 o'clock. You shouldn't be trading. I hope all this makes sense. If I keep saying it over and over, eventually somebody will get it. Soul shift, I think, P2P. Does that explain things? You gotta have a simple game plan. You gotta have a simple game plan. Yeah. Uh, there's a lot. I mean, the way I'm trying to build this is just make it simple. Okay. If I try to explain, if I try to show this on a footprint chart, okay, if I try to show this on a footprint chart and I show this on a footprint chart, you don't need to have these bubbles right here. You don't need to have the bubbles. You don't need to have the bubbles. You can just open up a footprint chart and just see the stinking orders. Okay. I can look at it at a DOM on level 2 and see the stinking orders like I did for years. But I'm trying to make it simple for people. Okay, most people are looking at it on a solid candle. Okay, solid candle, nice and simple. Okay, solid candle, nice and simple. Easy trading plan. You know, deep charts, fantastic platform. Fabio, fantastic trader. Andre Semi, I think he's French. Fantastic trader. Trades the ES. Fantastic trader. Okay. Uh, the bubbles that they have and stuff like that, and what Bookmap is doing and all, this ain't nothing new, folks. It ain't nothing new. What I have here and I'm showing you ain't nothing new. It ain't that fancy. It ain't nothing new. Been doing it for years. It's just it's just a heck of a lot easier this way to read it than on the stinking DOM on level 2. Okay, where you gotta be hyper focused, where you gotta close your office door, be hyper focused, and just sit there and stare at it. You're like, ooh, half a second. Ooh, I saw 100 orders come in. I mean, that'll drive you nuts. By the time you get done trading, you thought you fought Mike Tyson. I don't know. He's getting kind of old. It might be kind of easy. Who knows? Um, but that's what you're looking for. Also, you can do this on strong buyers. Let's say right here you didn't have sellers right here. Let's say you had like a 200 buy, 200 buy, okay, and 100 of it was one single order. That's a go sign to go up. You want to know why? Because you got the backing of 200 buyers and 100 single order contracts. That's a backing. That's a backing. That's a institution bank market maker that's slinging in like 100 single order contract. And then you got 200 all together within 100 milliseconds. There's some people that know something that you don't know. Okay, but use their backing and you move up. And when you're wrong, you're wrong. You just get out. Okay, let's see if we can't find some large trades with some 50. I'm looking for hundreds. Well, this one was like 700, but that was absorption. Actually, could have probably tried to get in here, and once you came back to here, you just cover and get out, and you're wrong. Uh, but that's a stinking valid trade right there. The only reason you would not get short on that right away is because we saw on the level two, we saw all those 1,000 bids sitting there, and I was like, are they really going to get filled? Are they spoofing? Well, no, they were not a spoofer. Look at that. They ain't spoofing. Uh, that's 50. I don't like that. That's 50. But then again, you, you take this one because this one closed right at it and we closed red. Then you had 129 buyers and we closed below it. What do you do? What do you do when you already gotten in here? You're already profitable right here. You got 129 buyers that came in that are off size, and these 130 buyers are getting stuck right here, and we're trading below this, and the delta is friggin' climbing. Uh, if you got in here, you can get in here and put your cost average will be right here, and then you get out right there for about let's say you got out about 20 points. Okay, that's an $800 trade on 2 minutes. Moral of the story: add to your winners, cut your losers. Trying to see if I can't find. I don't like them 50s. I don't like 50s. I like hundreds, hundreds. I like 100, 100. I don't see any. Okay. We don't see very much. But what I can say is, let's say you come up here and you got a little pullback here. Okay. That's not a micro pullback. 2 to 3 bars is a micro pullback. Actually, 1 to 3 is a micro pullback, but the delta, uh, not surging down, but kind of drifting up, kind of not moving so fast. But you got to pull back. You run up, you got to pull back. Let's say at this bar right here, you had 100, 150 buy contracts. Well, you get in right there and you put your stop right down because that 100, 150 buy contracts right here, you're using as a backing support because 100, 150 contracts in NQ is a heck of a lot. And you come up here and get yourself about 10, 12 points. Okay. If there was a big, large buyer right here and we closed above it. Let's say we got a candle. Let's say we got a candle right here. Okay. We got a candle right here. Boom, boom, boom. And we got a large buyer that's way down here. Okay. We've already moved up. Yeah, I don't like it. I like it when it's about half of the candle. Okay. That's just me. I'm picky, man. I just don't like it. I'm just picky. Like that 61 trap buyer right there, that was half of the candle, just like that buy and bounce. That seller right there, 61 seller, that was more than half the candle. Okay. So you get in, you get out because you're wrong. And eventually you were wrong because you would have gotten 10 points. So, yeah, that's really all I can say. And here's another thing uh, trade less and make more money. Trade less and make more money. That's all I can say. Don't be like me getting tilted. I think it was earlier this week I got tilted, or last week. I can't remember. I'd have to look at my stats. Huh. But in one day, normally in one day, I'll make like 10 trades. Okay, 10 trades. That day, I was ticked about this Iran war, and I made 51 trades. 61, no, 51 trades and 60% win rate. So I did 51 trades, 60% win rate. You would think that I actually made money, but I didn't. I actually lost money because of commissions and stuff and the slippage. Uh, but that was 51 trades. I was like, what the heck? That was me getting tilted. When I get tilted, I trade a lot. I tried to make good trades, but I trade a lot, and it was just done. Okay, 155 buyers. We closed up here. That's not a trapped buyer. For one, we're up here. Okay. Moving average bar is moving upwards, and we're actually moving down. But, it's not a trap. This just, what is this? A micro pullback for a 5 minute? You don't want to be trying to go short. You need all the stars to align. Ugh. Alrighty. 5 minute is moving up. Okay. 5 minute moving up, sloping upwards. Okay. That was a little pullback. Remember I said it was a little pullback. This right here, we got a seller, but we closed below it. I just don't like that. We have a seller, we closed above it. We're right here in the middle of an area. So that's kind of like I don't know. So we already tried it once right here. Didn't get paid. We got an inside bar right there. We got delta 58 on that candle right there. We got delta neutral right here. Uh, it's just, yeah, I just don't like that area. I mean, it's 3:30. Money's being shifted around towards the end of the hour, so you got to be real careful towards the end of the hour. That's why you seriously downsize, because you got to be very careful towards the end of the hour. But I think the aggregated bubble volumes are actually a lot better, to be quite honest. So 33 of it was one single order. Okay, that was good. But we kind of closed not green. You want to have a nice green bar. I mean, if this bar right here was nice green right here, and then you can get on the break of it, that's fine. It's 104 buy contracts, but it wasn't green. It needs to be a nice, big, solid green bar. Like I said, you're not looking for the whole move. You're just looking for a piece of it. You're only looking for a piece of the pie. What was I doing right here? I might have been away from. I don't know what I was doing. I don't. I don't know if I explained this or not. But you had a delta surge of 122. I think I did. And the delta, yes, I did. And delta surge was up here, and we closed below. We had 110. And you buy right here. Then you have the absorption right here. So then you need to just cut the trade at about halfway through up in here. You just need to cut the trade and take like 5 points, 3 to 5 points. Yeah. End of the day, I just don't like trading. 58 buy contracts is not enough, especially when you have 52 selling too. That's just not enough. That's the end of the day. You don't be trading. You do not be trading, folks. Sit on your stinking hands. Do what I do. Close out the execution window. I mean, if you do want to get in something like this, you got to put your stop down here to about like, let's say 5 points. Maybe you can get up here and test the 123s up there. Maybe you can test that area up there. Okay, it's 3:30. Do it with the micro, but towards the end of the day, I don't like trading because money's shifting around a little too much, and you get little moves that are just not good. And plus, this is really not a very good buy signal. I mean, look at it. You see, money's being shifted around. You had 50 buy, 50 sell. You got about 50 sell. You got about 100 buy, 100 sell. You got about 64 sell. It's just money being shifted around. Okay. I mean, even though you got some sellers right there that are selling and they closed above and you got a little bit of a trap. I mean, what are you going to do? Move up here for about 15 points? You might make it, but it's towards the end of the day. You got a delta of 200. I mean, the odds are possibly in your favor, but it's just not worth the risk, to be quite honest, because it's the end of the day, towards the end of the day. Okay. Uh, it's just really not worth the risk, to be quite honest. I mean, even if you did get it, you're already up like what, 5 points? I just move to a break even and see if you can get a run. Um, Even if you try to get in here, you probably want to be getting out here because of those sellers. Because you just don't know. It can slam back down on you. Then we closed above it. Then you get right back in. Try to get yourself what? Another 5 points. Come in here, you get yourself about 3 points, get yourself about 5 points, $160. I mean, yeah, short little tight little scalps with a tight stop. Um, you know, towards the end of the day, money's shuffling around. It's just being shuffled around. Uh, what's up, girl? What are you trying to do? Get that in there? Why? What is this? You saw that in the cartoon, didn't you? Yeah, I know what you're doing. You're trying to do the ship in the bottle, ain't you? Here, you want me to help you get it in there? Okay. Kelsey, here, shove it in now. Okay. Oh, sorry. My kid came in here and I got distracted. Uh, I mean, the office door's open. She knows she can come in. In the morning, I shut it. I got a daddy got to make money in the morning, so I shut it. Uh, yeah, I mean, this is just money being shuffled around at the end of the day. It's 3:30. You don't be trading stuff. You don't be trading crap like this, man. Make your money in during the day. Make your money during the day, okay? Make your money during the day. I'm trying to find it. Yeah, like right here. Make your money during the day. You had some large buyers, and we closed right here. We had some large buyers right here, and we closed right here. You can get short right here. You can add. You can get short right here. You can add to the trade. Okay, add to the trade. Cost average would be right here. Once you start seeing, you're not going to pick the bottom. Let's get real. You ain't picking the bottom. But maybe you can get half the move, and once you start seeing them, get yourself about $20, about $400 move. Yeah, you can do that. You're not picking the bottom or the top. You ain't that good. Neither am I. The gurus are. The gurus are. The gurus are good. The gurus are good. Happens on a 5 minute too. I don't know what the higher time frame, like a 30 minute, was doing. But look at this. You got sellers right here. Okay, you got the 5 minute bar that closed above. Once we started breaking that high right there, you came up here, you started getting that delta, you started coming back down for about 10 points. I mean, trade off of 5 minute as well. Uh, it's really hard to trade now because of all this war crap going on. You know, the war machine is turning. It's just kind of hard to trade when the war machine is on a rampage. You know, it's really hard if you're a new trader and you're finding it hard to trade. Well, it stinking is. And that's because the machine is turning. And when the war machine turns, chaos assumes in the markets. And I'll be honest with you, market makers do not like big, huge swings. Okay. They don't make money in those areas. Okay. They actually lose money. They make money when markets are and balanced. Okay, they make their money when the market is in a nice balanced state. Like right here, nice balanced state. Market makers make a killing up in this area right here. Okay, market makers do not make a killing when it shoots straight up or straight down. Okay, when the market makers ain't making their money when we're going straight down like this. Okay, they're making their money when it's a nice balanced area. Okay. And you have to like market makers because they provide liquidity. In the futures market, market makers provide liquidity. We retail traders ain't nothing. Okay. We're 5% of the market, if that. We don't provide no stinking liquidity. Ain't nobody stop hunting your stupid little losses as a retail trader. So just forget about that idea. Okay. It's just you getting caught up in the battle of big dogs. But they ain't hunting your stinking stops, people. We're 5% of the futures market. The banks and institutions and the market makers, they provide a lot of liquidity and they are playing off the backs of each other. Not us. $25 244. That's the current price. It's 340. Why you keep trading? Yeah, so the 5 minute, I think what I'm going to do, I've got the setting for aggregated, not the one order, but the aggregated. I got it set to 75. I think from now on, I'm just going to set it to 100. I think I'm just going to set it to 100. Now, I hope you guys ain't trying to use my charts as entries and exits and not using the add on yourself within Ninja Trader because you're on a 3 to 5 second delay. let me, that's not it. I guess that 55 right there was that 55. Okay. Okay, 51. So 11 of it was one single order. Okay. I just wanted to make sure it matches up with the live pulse right here. I need to clean up some of this live pulse too. Like the candle right here, the candle drop down, it doesn't matter. It doesn't pertain to live pulse. So I need to remove that. The heat map needs to stay. Uh of course the clear button, everything. Yeah. I need to tomorrow I will probably be streaming tomorrow, but I'm only gonna be streaming from like 9:15 to maybe 11:30, 12 o'clock. Probably 11:30. I'm only gonna be streaming for a couple hours in the morning, and I'm just gonna shut it down. So I'll just be trading morning session, and more than likely into next week. That's why I'm gonna be doing the same thing. I'm just gonna be trading morning sessions and just be done. Because afternoon sessions I don't trade. Uh, I mean, when lunchtime comes about, I just shut my order entry window down anyways, and so it doesn't. I either make money in the morning or take a loss in the morning. And if it's a loss in the morning, I try to keep it small. I keep a small loss in the morning, and then and then if I end the morning at 11:30, 12 o'clock, and I'm at a small loss, I just shut it down. I don't keep going. I just come back tomorrow. You're not going to win every single stinking day. Uh, Maybe tonight I can try and get these order entry thing done, because for the DOM I got all the logic and everything, and the buttons and everything. All the logic is done for a very basic order entry, and the hotkeys. I got the hotkeys done last night for the DOM. So a basic order entry, and this order entry is going to be like a small window. It'll probably be like maybe it'd probably be something about this big, somewhere around there. It might have some data information up there, like the ATR, the VWAP, and everything where it's at, so you kind of know. It probably maybe some of your overnight high, overnight low information. It'd probably be about this size, and that way you can just slide it over to the other side of your screen. You can do whatever you want with it. That way, that's how big the order entry window will probably be. I need to write down some of the information I wanted to see on it. 74. Okay, so 74, and then 74 of it showed up there. Five of it was one single order. So I kind of like it like this, with aggregated 33 of it, one single order. So I like knowing what is the largest single order, but you don't have retailers slinging around 30, 50 contracts. I mean, if you do, it's probably very few, and they might as well even be part of the big boys club if they are trading that kind of size. So that was a little bit okay. I mean, it showed up. It was just like a millisecond delay right there. But that's fine. $3.50. I'll go. Sometimes it's crazy. Sometimes it's not. Oh, there we go. We got 66 sell. I mean, it should line up with this because it's basically the same logic. Well, not basically. It is the same logic. Um, I mean, it's the same exact same function. Um, yeah, 55. Okay, and that came in pretty instantly. 27 of it was one single kind of order. 27 single order. Got 154 sitting on the bid at 235. See what I talk about? Got your 350 algos kicking in. Ooh, 74.69. Still climbing. Are they going to get up here to 275? You got 70 sitting on the offer around 275. Yeah. So right up here, if you look at the 1 minute right up here, you've got like 69.74, but you have a wick right here and it closed below. That is showing absorption. Normally it travels back down afterwards, the majority of the time. And here's the thing, that's counter trend. Well, it's actually 350, so you wouldn't be taking the trade. I'm trying to explain something that is uh, throughout the day. You got absorption up here, and you closed right there, and the moving average is down here. Sometimes you can get a nice counter trend trade. But I mean, the last 10 minutes of the day, last hour of the day, I don't even trade. But if you see something like that in the morning, after about the first 10 minutes when the market stops, needs to shuffle around, that's usually a pretty good sign of absorption. Also, you got a nice little inside bar right there. Those are usually good to buy on the break of the half or move up. And if you did buy that one, you got up here. I mean, you ain't gonna get nothing. It's like 350. It's the end of the day. Ain't nothing going on towards the end of the day. And if you look at the 5 minute, you can tell right there. The 5 minute. This is a delta 5 minute candle. You see how we had those large orders right there, and then we just kind of trading back down. So that's about it. Uh, yeah, I think what I'm gonna do is this right here on the order flow bars. We got the pulse, the dominant profile. The profile is still in beta. Actually, that's going to be free. I mean, the dom and the pulse are not free. You got a free key now to use until like the 17th, probably another till the end of the week, next week. You got the pulse and the dom. That's not going to be free. But the profile, I'm thinking about just having that out there for free. Uh, Even when I do have it fully complete and it's out of beta and it has like a delta and all that, I'm still actually thinking about just leaving it out there for free. You don't need a key, no nothing for the profile. Uh, I just need to make it a little bit better. But what I'm going to have is a order entry. It's going to be called OFB, uh, or I just might just call it data window. Well, I don't know, order entry order entry data or something like that because it's going to have some information up there. It's going to have like your overnight highs, your overnight lows up there, your VWAP, like a 1 minute ATR, just some useful information along with the entries like your account, your quantity, your hotkey, uh, all your keys right here. It's just going to be a basic window with this information. It's not going to be anything with like strategies and all this and that. Very basic in the very beginning just to get you going. And then later on, we'll have some offsets for the hotkeys. I want to get offsets for the hotkeys. I want to get offsets for the hotkeys. I need to make a settings section for that, for order entry in the DOM. It's going to be offset because how I really used to like trading like this, and this is where I used to crank out an average like $1,000 a day doing this. Is kind of like you get in. Let's say you get in here and it pops like 5 points. You can automatically move to a break even. And what it would do is it will go to break even, however much you want to set. Break even plus one. So that's 1 point. So that helps for commissions and slippage. Okay. Uh, so I do need to get the offsets for people that like to trade with offsets, which I trade with offsets. So I'm going to have it in there anyways because I like to move to a break even plus one. Yeah, so that 57 right there, that lines up with that 5715 single order contract. 65 right there. That was 65. Yeah, so it matches up. I mean, it should. It's the same stinking function. Uh, 72. Yep. $359. Going a little crazy now. All right, 4 o'clock. I'm going to shut it down. Get to working on some stuff. I might have an update. You'll just have to check the site. If you're on, you'll just have to check the site. When you go to the site, you'll just have to check it. When you go to orderflowbars.com, you'll just have to go to your profile, go to indicators, and then you'll just have to check the version. Right now it's 1.1.6. So if I do an update tonight, which I don't know, I doubt I will on this version. I doubt I will. I'll just leave it alone. Uh, uh, no, it might be because if I do a, if I do, if I do an update for order flow pulse and I do the order entry window, I can leave that because you're going to have a hotkey and stuff if you install the DOM. Uh, so as soon as you install order flow pulse, it's going to have another menu item for the order entry window. Okay. So that'll be it. That will be it. All right. That's all I have. I'll probably be at it tomorrow for a couple hours in the morning. That's all I have.